I think everybody should be on the map, and if you just make sure to scroll over to the right, to the east side of this map, you should see that lowest level. You should see that yourselves, as well as the corpse of the skeletal figure, and you've got the ship to yourselves, at least for now. It seems silent and yours.
So is the skeletal figure still there, or I thought maybe last after we killed it, like it seemed like it sort of like dissipated and just left the bowl, but maybe I'm misremembering.
I don't remember how I described that. I think I might have described it as it atomized, so I think maybe we can go for that. That was less important to me than just a description. If that sounds right to you, I'd say let's go for that. Is that when it died, it essentially busted. That sounds vaguely familiar to me that I was describing it like that.
Sure, yeah, sounds good. Um, yeah, I think, but like as kind of we as the kind of defeat the creature, the Melchin lands the killing blow, and I guess the bowl drops. Davros is going to be kind of curious, and he's going to move to pick up the bowl and just take a closer look at it.
Um, Let me have you roll a D100 real quick.
18.
Roll a wisdom check for me.
Flat 8.
Gotcha. So when you pick up the bowl, the moment your kind of hand touches it, you are like expecting a hot metal, but hot metals don't necessarily like phase you because you've seen this bowl like roasting in a fire, like just in front of this figure, even as it moved around the deck of this ship. So you're kind of expecting like this heat to kind of like come through as you like reach for it. Um, but that doesn't happen. Something else does happen. The moment you touch this bowl, you have like a vision of faces, different people kind of like leaning over to like sip from the bowl. And as they do, as their lips kind of touch it, their eyes just like melting away and their faces just rotting in an instant and going from like these healthy fleshed figures to just rotting carcasses and like bugs kind of like crawling through their open eye sockets, basically like a sped up version of like 60 days in the wild, like if a corpse is just kind of like left in the woods, of the way like the corpse kind of slowly turns to jelly and eventually becomes just like a skeletal figure left behind. This is just an instantaneous kind of vision as you touch it, and you see 10, 20, hundreds of faces cross by your eyes in this instant. And for what it's worth, for a moment, you have like stopped kind of the ringing because when the figure died, the bowl kept spinning and it was like ringing, creating like a little bit of a like just kind of like tonal ring as it spun. And the moment you just kind of like drop it out of hesitation, like out of seeing these like the shock of these faces, it immediately starts this ringing again and kind of speeds up in how it's like spinning on the floor. But effectively, you kind of like almost pick it up to grab it and drop it right back down.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think Davros kind of will like his like it'll kind of clear the disgust will kind of clearly show in his face as he kind of like brings his hand back almost as if the bowl was like just like super hot to the touch, and he might actually go to like essentially kick it away from him as well, like as he drops it. But I was getting visions of like Ark of the Covenant, Indiana Jones when they the faces melt.
Yeah, that's definitely what I feel like with the eyes. But I feel like what they were kind of going for was that same idea that like when we die, when animals die, if they're left to themselves, they liquefy. And that's one of those things like it's not necessarily like heat rendering fat like with a candle. This is just like liquefaction of things breaking down, and you kind of see like these phases of life kind of going through, but it's on all of these faces. Like you're this is definitely meant to kind of approach like kind of a Thulu level of like mythos kind of fright stepping into your reality.
Okay, gotcha. So Davros is kind of yeah, like take his hand back, actually go to kick it, probably like as he's doing so, like kind of making one of those like just sort of religious signs, um, and he'll just like um, kind of like looking to the others, like don't touch it, don't touch it, whatever it is. It's
You all right there, buddy? Look like you've seen a ghost.
ghost I could probably handle. That was something else.
Well, we know Malchin can handle a ghost. He proved that today.
Would they count that as ghosts when they're skeletons? Are ghosts supposed to not be physically there?
Look, I'm not going to argue with you. I never seen anything like a ghost or a skeleton or anything like that. So whatever you say it is, it is.
What do you think it was trying to do? Like no not much for magic, but it seemed like it was trying to cast something.
Had to be trying to do some sort of ritual. I'm not particularly familiar with that type of spell casting, but it typically takes a little longer, and I don't know. It's sort of like we interrupted it, but I don't know what it was actually trying to do.
You think whatever kind of ritual it was doing, that might be what happened to the crew?
If we look over right now, is the bowl still like spinning and making that noise, or did it just kind of go back to normal?
Bowl is indeed still spinning and it is still ringing. You, with a little bit of kind of magical know-how, have a sense that whatever ritual was being conducted, this bowl was like absorbing power. And this bowl is charged. It is not necessarily fully charged, it's charged. And this doesn't have to necessarily be the type of thing that you recognize, kind of like a battery sense here, but it's the same type of thing as like the difference between like a cantrip kind of magic you can always access and like your spell slots magic that actually like saps some of your like not like permanently life force, but like saps some of your ability to do something that you have a limited ability. You can almost recognize that kind of implicit in how this thing is acting. It has some level of like a charge built up in that kind of sense.
So at Melchin's, kind of when he mentions the crew, Davros is going to go to look over the skeletal bodies, and they look like they could have been crew members, like they're wearing any remnants of clothing or anything to indicate kind of maybe where these skeletons came from, or for all for all Davros knows, they kind of were summoned out of nowhere, but he's curious, so he wants to look them over as well.
Looking around and like poking around, or are you just kind of looking over them? Visual or physical investigation here? Visual, you can
Uh,
roll a perception.
yeah, I would say just physical, because he's more just looking to see kind of what they were
Sure, let
wearing,
me
not
get
so
an
much searching.
investigation there.
Um, there'll be a straight 3 for perception. Or
You've got enough of a sense that they're I'd say it's enough of a sense to recognize that they're like seamen in that they're not like land based folk. Um Whether that tells you they were members of this ship or whether they were put in those boxes the previous port of call, I would say you can't necessarily see at this point.
And is there more of like similar size, shape, whatever boxes like around, or like you know what I mean?
I would say this room is filled with boxes of a similar size and shape. They're not all uniformly the same boxes, but I would say probably about like 2/3 of what fills this cargo hold is crates, and probably say like 2/3 of that are similarly sized. Some a little bit smaller, some a little bit larger. But you could probably print out like 20 or so of these crates that probably fit that size build.
So I guess as Davros kind of like looking over the remains or whatever, I will mention to him, Davros, sort of seemed like that thing came out of the crate. I don't suppose you could break one of these open and see if we find something similar inside. Perhaps that's the cargo.
so Davros will kind of raise up from his kind of inspection and looking towards Jinx. He'll nod and kind of picking up his staff and just kind of just any particular one you want me to smash open, and then whichever one, if Jinx selects one or two, Davros would go to try and essentially bash them open. And kind of as he's doing that as well, he's kind of looking towards the bowls. It's still sort of like ringing and spinning, and I think it's probably dangerous. Should we do something about it? Maybe there's someone back in the city knows what should be done with it.
Whatever it is, it's clearly a crucial part of the operation. So when we go, we should take it. But I don't know what the hell we'll do with it. Or
So are you bashing open a crate or two? You're just gonna start opening crates. Do you have any rhyme or reason to how you're doing it, or are you taking the bowl up in hand again?
Yeah, Davros is not going to pick up the bowl again. He will. It will go to smash like the crate closest, or like of about a similar size. That's closest to the one of the ones that the skeletons have already come out of.
Gotcha. Let me have another. I don't know. Let's go for a wisdom check here.
That is a 2.
You just smash open like a random crate that's like nearer to the other ones here. When you smash this one open, like it's pretty apparent, like as you kind of like blast into it, that like immediately as it like kind of like cracks open, just starts to kind of like flow out, filled with like a grain, like rice basically starts pouring out of this. And you quickly see like Not all of these crates are filled with these skeletal figures. You're gonna keep bashing them open and kind of like check to see if there are any others that are, or you just kind of like, does that leave you seeing that there's one that hasn't been?
I think Davros will look to Jinx and kind of give a shrug and should I keep going or
I'll sort of like tap my foot up against like one of the other like large kind of relatively sized ones.
Gotcha. You're just
so
looking for one that like rings hollow, kind of.
Yeah, just seeing if there's like kind of a difference in sound as I like touch a couple of them, and then
Gotcha.
oh, go ahead.
Doesn't take you long to feel the difference between like ones that are very densely packed and ones that are somewhat hollow. And knocking open one of the ones that are hollow. Let me have you, Jinx, roll a wisdom here. Oh, it could be insight. My bad. I meant to say that. You have insight. You can roll with the dice. The yeah. Uh, I'd say this one kind of like um kind of rings open, and inside of it it's filled with like textiles. You've got um silk and different yeah, let's just go for it. It's kind of filled with silk. There's probably a good 100 gold or so worth of like silk just raw textiles in that one crate alone.
Well, maybe not. I don't know. Perhaps that was just some sort of magic, and it just seemed like it came out of the crate.
all right, well uh perhaps if none of the crew's here left here and he's gonna Davros will kind of gesture towards all the kind of other still sort of unopened crates. Not not sure what would happen to all this, but suppose we should leave some of it undisturbed. But seeing the silks coming out is going to give Davros a thought to. He's going to maybe uh, try and like take using one of the like a bolt or some of the material. Try to essentially wrap the bowl up in it without physically touching it with his own hands. With the idea that maybe we take this back and maybe we bring it to a temple or something, and maybe they can do something with it or tell us just what the heck it is. But he
Gotcha.
definitely doesn't want to touch it with his own hands again.
This time there's no effect as you touch it. Instead of it kind of being silenced by your own touch, you actually start to feel like the ringing almost inside of your bones, like very much in your actual bones of your ear. You feel like it's one of those things. It's kind of subtly different when you're hearing something directly through your ear versus when you're actually like hearing it. You almost like don't feel it like kind of in like the hair on your body so much as you still kind of hear it as if it's still happening. But as far as the other two are concerned, picking it up with the silk is effectively silencing the bowl. It is not trying to spin or anything inside of your hand. You can just wrap it up. But again, while you're holding it physically in that silk, you still kind of hear that ringing in that kind of weird little way. Were you to put it in like a backpack or something here, that's going to be effectively like muted as well.
Yeah, so
But you can
Davros
tell
will
this thing like wants to be in contact with you.
gotcha. So yeah, so Davros will kind of he'll give like a little like shudder or maybe like a shake of his head, like almost like he's trying to get the noise out, and he will as quickly as he can kind of trying to make sure it's fully wrapped up, try to put it away in his pack. Um, and then like kind of turn to the others and let's get rid of this as soon as we can. I don't I don't like it.
Malchin or Jinx, do either of you have any interest in checking more crates, or are you guys otherwise kind of satisfied?
I'll kick a couple more and see.
Um, what are you thinking here? Like, is it to you will be satisfied when you find a skeleton, or is it like there's a certain number of crates that you're willing to check before you're over it?
I think I would just like see if one kind of stands out, sounds different, and then give that one a shot. If that doesn't work, I would give up and probably just look for something valuable to take.
Right, let me get you to roll another insight then. And how about for Malchin? Like, are you just kind of watching over them and watching things, or
Uh, Probably at the beginning, but while they're searching the crates, I think Nashon will go like into the room where we first saw the skeletal creature. Take a look around, what you can find there.
gotcha? Just like visually looking, or are you actually rifling through things? You can roll a perception if you're just visual. Let me get an insight if you're touching things. Yeah, Jinx, when you like kick into one of the next ones, you kind of get that hollow sound in it again. And this time you can kind of like hear like a little bit of like almost like the chalky sound of like bones kind of like bumping up against each other. And popping this one open, you do see that there is a human kind of packed into this box. And when you open it, there's just a human packed into this box. It's not animated, but it's also not like crumbled into pieces, like where the bones are separated. This thing looks as if it would be alive if it had flesh, blood, and muscles, but it is just bones. Something is containing them together, but it is not actively moving or anything. What'd you roll? Mountain a 9?
Yeah, 9 on perception.
So looking around that little room, you do see that there's a door straight ahead of you, a door to the left of you. There's a bookshelf on kind of the immediate like right of you, and then two little beds. You can probably see one of the beds seems to be kind of like left to its own. Might even have some things kind of like scattered over it. The other one seems to kind of show signs of like recent use in say like a week to 3 weeks. It's like tough to tell whether this bed's been used more recently than like some of the things you had seen up top in the mid level of the ship, and whether it was some use before the ship was even necessarily quarantined. You see a desk on the south side, and I'd say some empty kind of parchment, and like a pen, but it seems vaguely like this is like a boarder's cabin. Um, Somebody who might be paying for way on a ship, not necessarily part of the crew.
Well, I guess if me and Davros are still over there, I'll just mention to him. Well, I guess we found maybe one of our crew, but definitely another body, I guess you would call it. I don't know. No, I'll just kind of like maybe use my boomerang to kind of like poke around at it because I imagine it would be pretty strange that it's like staying together on its own.
Roll an Arcana check for me. Yeah,
17 total.
you're like poking into it and like eventually get to the point where you're like actively trying to like hit this thing pretty hard, like a hammer almost, and pretty quickly recognize that like this thing is animated by magic. It is not being held together by any sort of a natural force. This is definitely coming into a recognition that there is some sort of necromantic power that is keeping this creature state that it is in. And at present, it also is not activated. It's not like conscious to where it's attacking you in any sort of a response.
I'm not really up on my lore, but if whatever was animating these things or cast a spell on them or whatever, if it was that creature we destroyed, shouldn't the spell just sort of dissipate? I mean, there could be threats still on this ship.
I'm sure I know even less than you about all this stuff, but you're right. We should still be wary. And with that, Davros is going to start moving to probably like kind of look to Jinx and let's and see what Melchin found, and he will start moving to join Melchin in the other room. Anything catch your eye, Melchin?
Not really. Just seems like a place where they might stow someone who paid their way to go on the ship. Might be that the creature we found paid their way on here. Probably wasn't a creature before that then. Not sure. There's a couple of more rooms. I haven't looked through. If you want to do that.
Suppose we should be thorough, yes. But Jinx is just saying we don't know what else might be lingering on here, so just keep your eyes open. And with that, Davros will go to open the door to his south here.
So, opening up that room, you can see a small collection of like different like rolled up pieces of parchment, a small desk, and I feel like it's meant to be kind of like the map keeper's room, like a little bit of storage for things like that. So, I would say on this one, um, or like kind of an interesting aspect of like if you had a reason that you ever wanted to take a voyage, you could kind of like steal some of these maps and potentially have like some maps to a place away from Tolis. Um and I just feel like that's like a potential for like if you guys ever wanted to do like a voyage. Not necessarily like interesting and unexplored places. It's somewhere where clearly this ship has gone before, kind of thing.
Yeah, Malcolm would probably look around for some of the maps just to take them. Not any places in particular, just the first one he grabs basically.
Just yeah, I would just say like write down that you've taken a map from Parnas Jewel. You can either let me know at some point whether this is a map that you can identify like you've been near and one day you can describe to me where it's of. Or if you want it to be a map to some place, you can tell me what kind of place it is. Like you can tell me whether it was like an icy island in this North Ocean. Was it to a place further down south? You can kind of describe it to me in the future, and we can potentially do something with that. So In the long run, I would say just let me know what you want the map to be of.
Trying to
Looking
think.
for some.
Yeah, sorry.
What was that, Madsen?
No, I just like trying to think. It could
Oh
be.
no, I'm 100% telling you, like, think of this like in the future. This is not for today. That is just an open plot hook to tell me, like, hey, this is an ocean adventure someday we should do.
Oh, okay.
Thanks. Are you still looking for an item of value? Is there something that is kind of like um drawing this search towards one thing or another? Like what kind of what are you thinking about after you've at least identified one of these skeletons?
All right, so I guess like I'm definitely still thinking about something of value, but I imagine I'm still down here kind of inspecting this strange skeleton, kind of like poking around with my boomerang. And then I think the culmination of my inspection would be a combination of me just being frightened every time the ship like moves and something like rocks or whatever, and like me finally just deciding to like just touch the ittiest little bit of the skeleton to like the tip of my tongue, just because I don't know why, but I have to see what it tastes like.
You said you're going to lick the skeleton.
Not like a full on lick, just like a little, like just a taste to see.
Like, would you scratch off a little bit of it with like the gold, like the metal of your boomerang, and like almost put that to your tongue, or you're actively like tongue to skeleton?
No, I think I'm like holding up its leg, like I'm about to take a bite out of it, and then I'm just like edging closer, just barely, and then finally I just the taste.
Ouch! And what's your passive perception?
It's 16.
Ouch! And you're gonna notice at some point that Jinx is like behind the two of you while you're like searching through the maps, and all of a sudden Jinx has like leg kind of extended out of the crate, and it's just down to what is that, like the calf, so I think tibula and fibula. And he's just kind of like eyeing these two bones, roughly the width of his own head, like a little bit wider, and you can just see as his face is like inching closer to it. And he just seems to kind of like inch closer and then just sets it back down, like lowers the leg. This is the full leg. All of the phalanges of the foot are like visible to you. Like this, it's not falling apart. Again, the magic contains this as if this were a living or unliving skeletal figure here. As far as you're concerned, Jinx, you taste, I think, chalky and calcium. Like, I think it's one of those things where if you've ever like tasted chalk, I think that's what the calcium of bones would taste like to you. It's just dry, powdery. You like scrape a little bit of it with your teeth, but otherwise it's like somewhat kind of like hardened on the outside where it's not like easily broken down. And you just kind of have this weird sensation of not sure why I did that. You don't really have flavor in your mouth from having done it. But you also don't necessarily have any like maleffects from it. But looking around the cabin, like there's potentially smaller chests that might have things of value, that are like smaller objects where you might like look for coins. You could keep going through some of these boxes. I think at this point you guys have probably opened, say, a third of the crates that are in the center of this room. Say like five of like 15 to 20 of them. Um,
Yeah, I'll just drop the leg bones and say to myself, I don't know what you expected. And then I'll just look for like a little box that looks like it would have something valuable in it, and I'll just take that.
just taking the whole box. Open it.
Oh, well, I guess depending on how big it is, like
How much weight can you carry? How much weight are you going to take up on yourself?
Maybe 10 pounds.
I'd say you could find like a 10 or so pound like barrel, or you could find about a 10 or so pound box that's probably like 2 by 2 by 2, or you could find about a 10 or so pound small chest. It's maybe like 6 by 6 by 1 foot long, like 6 inches by 6 inches by 1 foot, almost like a music box kind of size.
Okay, I'll let luck decide. So I'm taking the chest.
But you're not opening it. You're just picking it up and adding it to your stuff.
Oh, well, is it like the type of thing where I could just open it up without busting it? Like, does it have like a little keyhole type deal or a little latch?
I'd say it has a little lock to it. Do you have supplies to pick a lock?
No, I broke the tip off my dagger last time I tried, so I'll just take it as is. So I'll just sort of like walk up next to the guys, and I have like this like chest like under my arm. Ready when you are.
Is this another door below Davros here?
Indeed.
Yeah, so he was going to check, I guess, open up and just take a look in here as well.
See another perhaps cabin for somebody who might be like buying passage on the ship. Kind of the same idea. It's got a small bookcase, got a small bed, small little like area to put like some clothing and like write at a desk. But overall, um, looking through, you can either do a perception or investigation, and that'll tell me whether you're like just looking or like physically rifling.
Yeah, I think in this case, Davros will be kind of physically going through because I mean the initial reason that we were, or at least that Davros wanted to come out here was with regard to the slavers. So he's going to be looking through to see if like there's anything that might indicate like a particular like the identity of somebody who might have been booking passage on the ship. So he'll probably focus mostly on the like the chest of clothes or the desk, or if there's any like anything that looks like it could be like a journal on the bookcase. But he'll be kind of more thoroughly going through like physically, so doing more of an investigation in this case, and that will be a 7.
Um, I'd say kind of like looking through this one. You're basically seeing like nobody actually like stayed in this room probably for quite some time, and going through things. Nothing really is gonna jump out at you. Doesn't seem to be really anything in the desk. It's kind of filled with dust where like clothes might have been recently, like in the other side of the desk. The like bookshelf seems to be kind of like empty of anything that would be put on the shelves. Like overall, I'd say you get a sense like this room was not booked on at least the last passage that it did.
As Davros kind of like looking this over and Malchin's kind of doing his thing too, I will ask them, pardon my ignorance, gentlemen, but not exactly up on my lore. What exactly or how exactly was this vessel tied to the slaver situation, and what were we looking for? Obviously not this. We found more than we expected, but
Grifford was the connection to the slavers. He had this name from his time when he was held captive.
Yeah, he was like held on he heard like he at some point he was being held on Parnath's jewel, so it might not have a real like strong connection, but
But
that's right.
he wasn't like brought in on this ship or like moved on the ship. He's like from this city, but at some point in time he just was brought to the ship.
It's kind of the level of, I would say, he heard the name in his captivity. I would say on some level his stories include some time where he was actively like on the vessel. So I think it's best to say, like, the way he references it, was held at sea for some time. Him, whether he was taken somewhere else or whether he was just like left out here on the ship, it's hard to tell. Whether he was ever on this ship versus he just heard the name of this ship, he has no way to tell. But
And
it's
does
effectively,
my bad. Does that seem to like line up with like the 2 week period that we were kind of told and everything? Like, does that all kind of make sense?
what I think he's been technically missing for like 6+ weeks. So it's one of those things where 2 of the weeks might have crossed over. Um,
Okay, I got you. But we don't have any like specific like, hey, make sure you like find the plans for where they're headed next or anything like that.
oh no, not at all. No.
Yeah, very tangential. Um, yeah, very loose, thin kind of thread that's connecting this. Yeah.
Okay, cool, cool.
Most
Just
of the
want to make sure.
time, I'm going to throw it out there as far as the West March goes. Most of the time, things are not going to be linear like a produced campaign. Most of the time, you guys are doing one shots. And part of the idea is like, hey, this was an interesting aspect of something we did. I want to go look more into that. That's kind of what I'm trying to produce with this because I want you guys to eventually create the topics of what we're doing. And hey, that ringing bowl was interesting. Let's go do something about that. But like in general, that's part of what I'm trying to get at here is most of these things are meant to be a one shot, one and done. And they leave more questions than they do answers because that's kind of how life tends to work. More than like a produced campaign that like there's usually 3 or 4 things that are trying to get you to make the choice that takes you on the line towards the end of the campaign. But I would say, yeah, he was probably roughly on this vessel around, from his guess, from his description the other day, he was probably roughly on this vessel maybe 2 weeks ago. But from his perspective, it's hard to say, like being blindfolded and kind of like held without like without your own like perceptive abilities. It's hard for him to say whether it was 3 weeks ago, whether it was 1 week ago. It's just one of those things where the time aspect of it from his point of view is just a big amount of time where he wasn't experiencing things. Like he knows he wasn't being fed like once a day kind of thing. Um so like sometimes he might have gone like 2 days of hunger. Sometimes it might have been 10 hours of hunger and it always kind of felt the same. And that's probably his closest sense of a time is how often he was fed.
So Davros will kind of looking through, not finding anything of interest. Will kind of just move to head back out to rejoin the others. Not much of interest in there. I suppose we might as well. Looks like maybe perhaps there's one more area over door over here that we haven't checked yet. So it might as well be thorough before we head back to the city.
I don't disagree at all. I'll just like sit down on one of the crates there and start rolling a cigarette, and then I'm just gonna ask the guys. So, out of curiosity, now that we have found some things here, we weren't necessarily supposed to be here to begin with. And I mean, I imagine we're going to turn over that bowl to some sort of authority on the matter, at least. Uh, what exactly is our plan or alibi or whatever?
Well, if that girl's to be believed, I think she said no one's been out here in at least a few days. So who's to say what sort of condition the ship was in when we got out here?
Yeah, but if we want to turn over the bowl to like the guards captain at the docks or a cleric, what do we tell them about the fact that we boarded a quarantined vessel?
All valid points, gentlemen. Exactly why I wanted to discuss it.
Well, I suppose we could say someone sent us out here to tell us it was quarantined, or I suppose we'll have to come up with maybe a better lie than that. But I'll leave that to you two.
So the reason I'm most concerned with the issue is, I have lived in the city my entire life, and the last thing you want to be is branded a criminal. So perhaps we just go about our business and see if someone comes asking.
Well, even if we do bring the bowl to some authority, which I do think we probably should, suppose we could omit where we happen to pick it up.
I apologize. I should have not used that word authority. I didn't necessarily mean like an authority of the law, more like someone that just knew stuff more than we did about the object, perhaps. So I don't necessarily think we should go to the authorities at all.
I know, no, I agree. I was thinking a temple priest, somebody. Perhaps that priest and Davros will mention the one that we met with Kalijin. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but we at least we have some passing acquaintance with him, so maybe he could either take it or tell us who to bring it to, or um, if we don't want to go to like a more authority, like official.
Did you s- did you say with the girl that Dem saved, that Dalton saved?
Yeah, Kalijin, right? I think
Yeah.
we met the priest before we had recovered Dem. Um, so we have at least, not like we don't know him real well, but you know, uh, but that's just one option for if we wanted to bring it to somebody.
They're Mikhail Ambrosov. I'm not sure if I ever gave him a particular church, St. Darius's Chapel, and I think that's in the Guildsman district. Yeah.
What you think about that, Malchin? You okay with possession being 9/10 of the law? And I'll just kind of like hold up the crate.
Yeah, sure. I do feel though that we should mention something to the guard captain of the guards in the dock area. He has been, what I heard, been investigating slavers and slavery. So he might be interested in this at least.
I don't know, man. We're on somebody else's boat, taking stuff that's not ours. It just feels an awful lot like we're criminals and we'd be turning ourselves in.
I mean, feel like if we told him at least that we started inspecting the ship because we believed it had ties to slavers, and then tell him that what we found on the ship, uh, an undead creature, skeleton, and doing a ritual, and no crew, a bunch of dead people in boxes, and tell him to maybe investigate this. Might not be a bad idea.
Seems to me if there's no one left here, it's almost more like a salvage situation. Not exactly can't steal something if nobody owns it anymore. The way I see it.
And I don't really think they would care all too much if we take small stuff, but the big things like the bowl should probably be given to at least the cleric, like we said, because that is something not good.
I certainly don't want to hold on to it any longer than I have to. Gives me the yeah.
All right, well, I'll go along with whatever, but I'm going to warn you right now. I don't have the bone structure for prison, so I'd like to avoid that at all costs.
Davros will kind of give a bit of a amused grunt at that, but then kind of bite his tongue and then look to open up this last or this door now here on in front of him.
That one you kind of find like a wine cellar and almost like wet storage kind of thing. So you see like a few more like kegs. These are actually like tapped and kind of quickly tell like some of them have ale, some of them have like rum in them, a few bottles of wine, some like uh vegetables like hanging in nets. I think this is almost like where you can kind of recognize this is like crew stores versus like some of the I feel like for some reason there's like open vegetable containers in like the open storage like outside of there. I feel like the difference is like this is for the crew and the other things like down below are kind of like things that are like the shipments that they're moving.
Gotcha. So Davros will kind of move inside. He might pour himself if he can figure out which one is the ale. He would like go to pour. Um, Maybe not even like a full like if there's a tankard that's like a tankard or something sitting around that he could grab. Just like more to try it, I guess, than to he doesn't want to drink a whole bunch, but
Oh, I've been thinking about this for a while. I feel like medieval times is more kind of thing where people carried their like you always had a dagger on you as your knife for like eating. Just as much as you pretty much always had like your cup on you. You didn't necessarily go places and expect them to have a cup to provide for you. So I feel like this is the type of thing like it's not that you're looking for a tankard, there wouldn't be one. Like you could have found a tankard like in one of the like rooms up floor above you. If you wanted to go after that, basically it's someone's glass. Or you could actively like basically use yours if you assume that you have it on you. I feel like that's kind of where this kind of like grounded in reality would sit is that you probably have your glass on you. Pretty much like that's like with you at all times kind of thing.
yeah, I forgot. Davros actually has he's got a mess kit which includes a cup, so he'll use the cup from his mess kit for that.
Part of what I'm getting at is I feel like that's part of where handles came from. Is they basically made it as a convenient way to like tie it to your belt. But yeah, you can definitely find the ale. Now, the worst case scenario is you drink some rum to get to the ale. But yeah, definitely doesn't take you long to grab a nice like frosted, not frosted, frothy mug of ale from the stores here. And I guess realistically, I probably should have revealed the last room because the last room is a prison and has like an actual like barred gate. So you guys should have seen that a while ago. That's my bad. But you guys could basically see like the front of the vessel here is like a little like a brig, like a holding area. And you can see like through the actual metal of the door that makes that one obvious.
So can I sort of like I obviously spend a lot of time in like bars and not the nicest establishments being an entertainer and also someone from the streets. So I kind of like am savvy to like good hiding spaces and stuff like that, like hollow drawers or like stuff underside. Can I sort of do like a little inspection of this like desk area? Did we ever actually like search this?
Mouch and vaguely search there, but you can do an investigation specifically of the desk.
Yeah, yeah, just for like the desk to see if there's like any kind of clues towards this or anything, any hidden areas. Plus one, so 13 total.
Let's see. Roll a d20.
10.
Roll a 46.
Total of 9. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I want them in order though. 4, 1, 2, 2. Um, so when you're kind of like going through, like you're not gonna find anything like substantially like exciting. But you do find that at some point somebody made kind of a secret compartment in this thing, and you're going to basically kind of like find this hollow little like tube. Maybe there's like say something like a carved embellishment, and it's like almost like the eye of one of these figures can kind of like be pressed like a button, and it almost releases this thing so it slides out like an actual tube. And inside of it there's just like a few little kind of like pellets of like raw ore, and you can basically find like the effective weight of 4 copper pieces, 1 silver piece, 2 gold pieces, and 2 platinum pieces. So it's, what is that, like 22 something gold? But like this is somebody's like secret stash of like a tiny little emergency fund kind of thing. And it's like devoid of any like culture. Like it's not stamped coins. These are like just like pellets basically of ore.
You'll hear Jinx let out a scream. Ha ha, boys, we hit the jackpot!
Yeah, I'm curious about that. What are you talking about? Did you find something?
I mean, might not be as exciting to the layman, but and I'll just like hold up the tube and then like the coins that I found.
Yeah. Kind of expected something more with that kind of yell, but all right, something.
Just don't get it all in one place there, Jinx.
Very funny, Davros. I'm due. You will definitely know if you've been hanging out with Jinx for any amount of time that he always loses. Always. I mean, we're here together, so it should go three ways. I think the platinums are 10, and well, it's about seven apiece.
By the next few rounds and call it even on my end. Might take a couple of those bolts of silk though. My wife might be able to do something with them. I think I decided she's kind of like a seamstress, Davros's wife, so he'd probably take a couple of those bolts of silk from the one smashed open crate. Um,
Yeah, I think that's what we agreed upon. Roll an intelligence for me.
15. I mean, Davros has no like he is not involved. Like he doesn't know good silk from like if it's like what the quality would
Yeah.
be like in general.
Between your coin and silk like that, you could go a long way towards her not ever working for somebody else again if you were to take that silk. Again, I described it originally as that was about 100 gold worth of silk inside of that crate. So 100 gold again to somebody like her, without you being an adventurer, is still a once in a lifetime, life changing opportunity. Somebody who works.
Yeah, so Davros will gather that up. He'll offer to basically we can his third he'll probably bring to his wife, and then she can decide if she wants to sell it or what she wants to do with it. But he'll essentially try to um, divvy it up three ways.
So what I think it's technically that is roughly 10 square yards of silk inside of the crate, basically. So let's say it's I feel like the simple way to say it is like each one of three pieces of silk are about 3 yards of silk. So maybe you already have the bowl wrapped in one of them. And there's like two more basically. Like you've already taken a third of it to wrap the bowl alone.
Gotcha. So okay. So I guess Davros would also want to once for check the brig to see if given Brifford thinks he might have been held on the ship, he'd just be curious to see if there he can find any evidence of whether like if it looks like multiple people might have been held here or any signs of someone being held here relatively recently, like food scraps or I imagine like maybe like a bucket kind of for like waste and stuff like that. If he can kind of get the door open, I guess.
I don't know if they had automatically locking doors. There's a reason to assume the door is not locked. Um, Let me kind of combine those two thoughts into a single roll. Let me get a D100 from you.
54.
I'd say the door is locked, so you can't actually make it inside to see. What you can see from like the light that you can shine in there, and again, I think we discussed like you and Jinx have held torches through, or you got a lantern, and I think you gave Jinx a torch, something like that. But I think you guys are all moving around with light here. And yeah, I think Malchin has his hooded lantern. I think you guys all have light sources. So I'd say like what you can shine in there is giving you enough clues that like it's not unused. It stinks like filth, but you can't quite tell like is there any sign of Briford in particular versus when the last time this was used. But it definitely doesn't eliminate this as a place that he would have been held. Um, so I think it kind of basically is roughly, yeah, it could be where he was held.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Davros. Yeah, Davros is not going to try to break down the brig door unless Jinx or Malchin suggests they want to.
I'll like come up behind you and be like kind of just like trying to like look. I mean, you're substantially larger than me, so I'll be just kind of trying to like look past you or whatever, and sort of see what you're seeing. I think I would probably notice at this point in time too that you smell like some fresh booze. So Jinx will definitely ask about that too. Davros, have you been drinking without me?
I just was curious about what they had on store, and he'll point back towards the storeroom and help yourself. I'm gonna grab something before we get out of here.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely heading that way. I'm good whenever you guys are too in this area.
Any thoughts from Malchin?
I'm thinking just because I want to try to lockpick the door, get some practice, if nothing else.
So if you would like to, you can. Do you have proficiency? You can use your proficiency dice. If you've got expertise, twice over. Otherwise, roll a dexterity check and add proficiency if you've got it for the lockpick.
No proficiency, but that's an 11.
Can pop the door open with enough ease. It's not a terribly complex lock. Um, Generally speaking, I feel like brigs on a ship of this kind of nature, like for going places, is more for somebody who like loses their mind more than that you expect to like have dangerous criminals. Often like somebody losing their mind is effectively getting like some sort of like sea related madness or getting wasted. And you need to lock up a drunk person who usually is more harm to themselves. So not terribly complex lock. Takes you a few moments to kind of feel out the tumblers and you can pop it open and have access to the brig. What are you looking for inside, or was that purely just for a chance to practice kind of thing?
That was purely for a chance to practice, seeing as he hasn't used his lockpicking tools yet. First time.
Gotcha. I'm not sure if you heard Jinx, but there was rum in there, so you might be disappointed to find like ale and then mead first, but eventually one of the three tapped containers is rum. Other than that, you can certainly see that there are plenty of bottles of wine behind you as well.
Yeah, as you like approach or get close or whatever, or just randomly in the background, you would hear like some rhythmic tapping, and Jinx is singing, "If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain."
So if you all are otherwise finished on the lowest deck, do you have any desire to go through the other decks again? Prepared to leave the ship and go reclaim your deposit from the not Dockmaster, but what was it, Shad?
I'm not
Shad,
greedy.
different part of the city.
I'm not greedy, and I'm pretty well loaded up, but I'm okay with whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, I'm fine with getting off this ship.
Yeah, Davros is ready to get back to dry land again.
I was like borderline expecting that like skeleton thing to just come to life at any point in time. So once Mara deleted it, I was like, all right, I think that's a good thing.
It means nothing. I only deleted it because I again recalled that Justin and I were talking about the fact that I said it disintegrated last time. So you guys can head back. Do you paddle right back to? It was Sards on the fourth pier.
Yeah, unless Malchin or Jinx has any other thoughts, that would be where Davros would be planning to head first.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
Excellent. Yeah. So you can go back. I think it was Avros who paid the down payment on the boat, so you can reclaim that 20 gold for returning the boat in the same shape that you claimed it in. He'll probably go around. Oh, I should have rolled for that. Yeah, he's not gonna fuck with you guys. You look a little bit too um, like battle worn and strong natured. So he kind of like looks over the boat real quick and says, "Everything looks golden. Thank you all very much." And he kind of like goes back into his little booth, collects out the coins like from his little lockbox, and with a little bit of hesitancy, kind of returns it to him. It's one of those things where it's like if you don't come back, he can often recover the boat. So he kind of is like in that weird little zone of like sometimes people don't want all the money. It's just one of those things like giving up 20 gold is still a lot, even for somebody who's got the like I think he's got a long boat and 3 paddle boats is what I described. So but he'll pass that money back off to you guys, and thank you for your business. Y'all have a wonderful day here. Thank you very much.
I'll flip him a gold piece.
Well, thank you as well, sir. I appreciate the extra tip there. Is there uh, a particular reason? Or thank you for your generosity. And he like kind of like questions himself for a moment before just going on and walking away. Just like, oh, it's already done. This is mine now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say to him, appreciate your service, and also that you forget we were here.
I haven't had any business this day at all. I don't know who I would be forgetting.
My man. All right, and I'm out of there.
As we're walking off, Malshin is just gonna look to Jinx a bit. Jinx, I gotta ask you something. I saw you on the ship. Looked like you were about to take a bite out of a skeleton's leg. What was that about?
Mountain, that is absolutely ridiculous. The fact that you would even accuse me of such a thing. I was not preparing to bite the skeleton's leg. I was merely tasting it.
Okay. Um, can I ask why you were tasting it? Do
Yes,
you even want to know?
I suppose it's probably equal parts curiosity and derangement, somewhere in between, but I don't know. There was something magical to it, and I just felt compelled. You never get a feeling?
No, I can honestly say I have never had the feeling of wanting to taste a skeleton's leg.
Well, I don't know. There was some kind of magic or something going on. I thought maybe I could taste the magic. It sounds stupid now, but
To each his own, I suppose. But anyway, now that we've got our deposit back, I think we should go see a priest about a bowl.
sounds good to me. I am curious about the contents of this here, and it would be nice to maybe drop off these linens somewhere.
The contents of what?
Oh, my bad. I'm like carrying, what did you say? Like 2 foot by 1 foot
Like
chest?
6 by 6 by 1. Looks
Okay,
like
6 by 6 by 1 treasure chest. I maybe have like draped a piece of like something over it, so it's not like blatantly like.
And if you want, I could try open it when we're not out in the open.
close enough to the silken sail. You guys could return there and have like a little bit of privacy. But it is getting a little bit kind of like later in the day where might be people in the bar itself. Um, versus like going somewhere like more private and waiting till, or say you're like back at the Goblin House, or like have already gone to the Guildsman district and like the church there.
I'm definitely glad to have you give it a shot. I'm in no hurry one way or the other. I mean, if there's a time constraint, whatever's inside here, I'm sure could wait. So if you guys want to go to the temple, assuming that there's more of like, a restriction there, and then we could bust into the chest later on, I'm cool with that, whatever.
Well, yeah. So Davros he's eager to kind of get the bowl kind of away from himself. So he would suggest, we try and go see the priest, but he won't be, he wouldn't adamantly be opposed to if he wanted to try to return to the Goblin House, like for the night even first, if he wanted to do that, and then go to the temple tomorrow. But he would suggest heading kind of straight away for the I think he said St. Darius's chapel.
Unless Malchin's in a hurry to test his skills on this here lock, I'm not opposed to that. Davros, you've had a sort of weird air about you since you touched that thing, so maybe we should get rid of it sooner than later.
I don't trust it. I don't like it. Be glad to be rid of it.
Let's do that then.
So Guildsman district and St. Darius's chapel.
Yep, unless Malchin has any strong objections.
Yeah, no strong objections.
Yeah, let me get let's go for a D8. All of you the in the docks district. It's fishing
Uh,
for ones here.
4 for me.
Gotcha. So yeah, heading out of the docks, nothing big kind of happens. You can definitely start to see that the docks itself is like in that transition period where a lot of people are coming in from their ships, kind of like rowing in to basically go to any of the taverns or to one of the brothels. Effectively, some people are kind of coming in for the night. Some of the like warehouses are locking down for the night, but you're kind of getting towards that like twilight hour. Heading up the actual switchbacks, there's a lot more traffic of people who are leaving the dock district on their way to their homes. This is often people who are not necessarily like laden down by anything, like during the day when you often have like wagons and things that are being pushed up by a bunch of people. This is just normal foot traffic instead of people who are like moving goods. So kind of flows a little bit quicker, very little to do about it, and you guys can quickly find yourselves passing kind of between like Midtown and the Warrens as you head towards the Guildman district. Let me just get a D10 from everybody as you head into kind of the Guildsman district here. I won't have you do like the roll like for the Midtown as well. We'll combine all of these into these two rolls. Looks like a whole lot of ooh. I, on the other hand, did roll. Let me get a D100 from I don't know, first person to roll a D100. 36, 53, and 304. I feel like 304 is the psych out that it's a perfectly clear and useless day. Yeah, everything is quiet is 304. I hate that that's even on my random. You basically see like a group of gnomes who are kind of like passing through the guild's district, leaving like one of the actual like temples to like the metal gods. Basically, these are like foundries. And there's just this small group of gnomes, about like three to four of them, just kind of heading by. They all just kind of nod. I think maybe recognizing more Davros as kind of one of their like kind. And you just kind of have this weird moment where you guys recognize like some of the little, maybe they're like talking about like a tiny little like thing one of them's like holding in its hand, and you can basically see this like little clockwork device almost, and hear kind of like the clicking of this thing, and as it walks past you guys it just has like a big little as it like whirls really like powerfully, and you like hear from them as they kind of like exclaim, "I've never seen it do that before." And then one of the other ones is like, "You made it! How could you not have ever seen it do that? Like you made it!" And then you guys just continue along your walk.
Yeah, Davros might kind of he'll give like a polite nod to the gnomes as they pass, and then kind of once we're past, he'll mention maybe he once bought like kind of a weird little kind of clockwork toy for Dem when he was when Dem was young, and odd odd lot some of those gnomes, but they make some interesting little contraptions. But otherwise, just continue on.
So you guys are crossing over from kind of like the northeastern kind of point on this little map here. You can see like the old sea road. That's the part that kind of like you'll cross over the Kings River, and then there's like a block or two that's part of Midtown still. That's like between the Guildsman district, the Warrens to the east, and Midtown like to the north of, I think it's Iron Street, that kind of like makes like the big like obtuse angle on the like northwestern side of the Guildsman district. So you kind of like pass between all of those three districts as you follow the old sea road, and basically have that choice where it's somewhat quicker to follow Iron Street and come down, what is it, Valen Street, to head towards the number 306 is St. Darius's Chapel. There's no reason for that to be difficult for for Davros to find. I think we've posited already that you vaguely follow Lothian, so you would know that as like the Lothianite church, and we've got you. I think we vaguely have you living over near the seepage row down in this I can't ping it like that.
Yeah, not far from the Gilder Gate.
And
Yeah.
yep, near like the brewers. Why can't I ping it? That's kind of weird. Over near like the brewers close in like 308ish. I think we basically said like somewhere south of Lost Lady Street, like where it says Lost Lady. So you're kind of walking nearish to where you live anyways. It would not be difficult for you to find this chapel. Um I think I made up Brother Ambersov. So I don't think there's any reason that this is the main priest of the church. But he is still one of the priests serving in the church. And I think at this point you have met with him, with both Dem, who saved Kaelin, as well as with Davros, when you were kind of like checking up on kind of like the actions of Dem, kind of like almost redrawing the lines of like what you understood your son to be.
Yeah.
I don't think I have an outline for the church itself. So we're just gonna go for a pretty typical kind of like setup of the church where they tend to be I have one of my other ones. Let me see real quick. They tend to be just kind of like open areas in the center with like a wing to the left that's kind of like private quarters for like a priest, a wing to the right that's like private quarters for like the nuns, like the Sisters of Silence who might stay there. And then like the back area, like it makes a vague cross, like we know many Christian chapels, but the back area is kind of like the almost like sacred ritual area, um, where a priest would stand when there are people. But like the priest's quarters is where they would tend to do any ritual work, while it's just them. So there's like those two main holy areas are like the back left and the back of the church. But otherwise, it's kind of like a square opening with pews, in most typical Lothian churches.
Yeah. So Davros, heading inside, would kind of just first he'd like look around to see if he could spot either of either the priest or Kaljin, and then if he didn't see them, he would basically essentially go to the closest person, like priest or acolyte looking type, and ask whether I'm sorry, Brother
Just
Ambersa.
roll a D100 for me.
53.
I would say walking in, you don't see either Kaljin or Brother Abrasov like at first. You do see one of the like Sisters of Silence, who this is an order of nuns who basically serve Lothianism. This is like a militant kind of like vigilante force. You will rarely see like a single nun in any given location, other than when they are serving effectively like a cleric or a priest, like a paladin, like in particular. So you have this moment where you like walk in and you see like a Sister of Silence, and you know it's pointless to try to speak with them. They themselves will never break their actual oath to silence. but you do see as she kind of like recognizes you and kind of disappears for a moment. It's enough to say like she's not just ignoring you. You've kind of like gotten attention. Just hang out for a few moments, and little bit of time kind of passes by after this nun's kind of like disappeared into like the back of the chapel. And then you will see as one of the priests comes forward, and again, not Brother Ambersov, but you do see kind of like a priestly monk kind of head forward and kind of coming forward to you, and uh, will walk up and welcome you all to St. Darius's and asks how Lothian can serve you this evening. Oh, welcome to St. Darius's Chapel of Lothian. My name is Brother Cadmius. If I can serve you, Lothian's blessings be upon you. What might we aid you in?
Evening, brother, and name's Stavros, and he'll go to introduce Jinx and Malchin. I was hoping I might speak with Brother Ambersov if he's in.
If you require my brother, most certainly. If you will wait here, we can gather him up. I believe he has recently started a ritual fast and is taking time to connect to the Father. Um, Lothian is definitely not the Father. That is really said improv on my part. Let's just say he's taking his time to connect to Lothian. But I will go inform him. Did you say your name to me? Did you say it was Davros?
Yeah, Davros will introduce does introduce himself and also
Gotcha.
Malchin and Jinx. Yeah.
Yeah, so he'll say, Davros, and I'd say like on this level, like this priest is probably not unfamiliar to you. Perhaps is the best way to say it. Not sure how often you come to the chapel though. Let's say he kind of like is your name and then like responds almost to Marquise, like kind of in the moment, like somewhat recognizing that you have like an attachment to this chapel already. The others, Jinx and Malchin. I will go notify Brother Ambersov, and we will be back shortly. So again, you guys are kind of like left in private. This time he returns to the like priestly corner, which is effectively like the southeastern side of the chapel. And he'll come back out shortly afterwards, return into the back of the chapel, and Brother Ambersov will come towards you all. Um, so like you guys can almost have this set up where I can drop the map for you. But what sort of question would you like to ask of Brother Ambersov as he walks forward? Little bit of a kind of like hidden smile as he like approaches you, and he's like, "It's a pleasure to see you again, Davros. How may I serve you?"
Evening. Appreciate you taking the time. And Davros will kind of maybe if there's a like an area that might be like a corner or something, almost like a little more private or kind of unoccupied at the moment. He'll kind of like maybe nod towards it and kind of start moving in that direction a little slowly, kind of trying to essentially lead the others over that way before he.
Gotcha. Let me just have you roll perception real quick.
That is a nat one.
You kind of notice there's like a little bit of like a flow of people at this point, who are kind of like coming through and taking their time to like come up to the different pews and almost like and themselves bend the knee to like go into prayer. So you're kind of like in the middle of this like a higher flow of people who are like coming into the chapel, and um Brother Ambersov kind of like looking at you as you're like almost popping your eyes like around the chapel looking for like an open space. Um I'm doing this in the one that we can see, so yeah, I can't really hide this once I open it here. When he somebody trying to say something?
I was just gonna say, like, once, like, if Davros realizes that kind of like people are kind of coming in and it's maybe getting a little more crowded, he would actually kind of say out loud, like, "Don't suppose there's someone somewhere private we could talk for a bit."
Don't be shy, Davros. Just whip it out. He wants to see it.
So Ambersov can basically like kind of like recognize like your little bit of hesitancy and kind of just usher you towards like the front of the chapel where effectively you can kind of like stand at the foot of the like stairs that lead into part of like where a priest would like be isolated from the rest of the chapel, and he can basically stand like at the other end of it, effectively blocking yourselves off by like nobody else can really go exactly where he is. But this is not going to protect you from like other holy folk kind of like going into that area because you this is basically the stairs that you saw like brother Cadmius return to. And that's kind of like the trade-off here is this is where the holy folk would go, but like none of the like private people who are coming in would go here.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that Davros will be uh, kind of he'll take that, in terms of kind of at least some limited privacy, and kind of go to maybe like lean his staff against the wall, kind of shrug off his pack, and kind of looking up to the brother. We uh, found something um, strange, dangerous, maybe. Uh, don't rightly know what to make of it. And kind of as he's kind of saying this, he's going into his pack, and he will take out kind of this silk wrapped bowl, and kind of place the wrapped bowl on the ground. Kind of he'll probably like lean down or kind of like kneel down and kind of place it down. And as he's kind of saying this initially to Brother Ambersov, didn't really know who else to bring it to. Who might be able to tell us what we should do with it. To be frank.
All right, so I'm pressing the push to talk button. So you are unwrapping the bowl and placing it on the ground.
Not yet. He first he just places it still wrapped because he doesn't want to unwrap it
Okay, okay,
before he gets like the initial response from
I
Brother
got you.
Ambersov.
Oh yeah, Brother Ambersov is going to like kind of like reaching over to pick up what you've set down. Is going to like pick it up and start unwrapping it like while he questions like you've found a strange device, and what makes it so strange that you have come to me?
So as he sees him start to unwrap it, Davros will be like kind of very like quickly like careful, careful, don't touch it. Um, it's a and kind of like the flashback of kind of what he saw when he touched it kind of comes to his head. So you'll see like that'll be kind of plain on his face. Um, so he'll get like kind of probably the most more anxious than probably he seems like he usually is. But he will. It's a bowl. uh, strange. I touched it once and weird, disturbing visions.
We don't know what it is, and it's clearly magical or enchanted or something, and it's definitely dangerous. Too dangerous for us to have.
Um, yeah, so he's going to take it with kind of like a look of curiosity to him. It's like the description, he doesn't necessarily stop unwrapping it. But he will kind of like start to like have like a slower approach to it, where he moves a little bit slower until eventually he has effectively the ball revealed, and it's not spinning in his hand, like basically with an open palm between him and it. It's basically resting on the silk itself. And it's not currently spinning, and it's not currently ringing, but you can basically, at least Davros at this point recognizes that, like right now, Brother Ambersov is hearing this thing ring, as it again is kind of like almost like calling through his body, for this contact. And but again, otherwise the bowl like seems to be kind of still and seems to be silent at this point. And his like eyes kind of like his brow like furrows a little bit as his eyes like are drawn towards this thing, and you can see that there's definitely a mix of kind of like curiosity as well as a hint of kind of fear cross over his mind. But this is not necessarily somebody who understands immediately what is going on. And I rolled an at one. I think he's going to reach out and touch it. And I think as he touches it, unlike you, like where he like reaches across with his other hand, so he's got one hand kind of bracing it through the silk, and then he crosses over with like his left hand to like almost just kind of like feel like the rim, almost the way like you can wet your like finger with a crystal glass and like lick your finger, and if there's water in the crystal glass you can make that ring. He starts to kind of like rub his finger around the outer side of the actual like device in his hand, this like brass ball in his hand. And when he starts to do that, the actual sound of it is going to start to ring through the chapel. And where Davros again is probably most keen to recognize this, but let me have the other two roll perception checks real quick. Jinx and um Malchin, please.
I'm 21 total, and I think as soon as he goes to touch it, I'm already like alarmed, like reaching for the boomerang.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Both of you can kind of see like this. What were you thinking, Mountain?
yeah. No, I was gonna say 23 total, and like I'm also like just tensing up.
Yeah, both of you kind of see this, or rather, all three of you kind of see this moment where, like, the contact has this moment of dread, like, cross over his face. Basically, this is like almost as if he's like instantly exhausted, and you can kind of see that there's like momentary, like, exhausting battle kind of inside of this person's consciousness to like fight away those like the horrific visions of what he's seeing. And it's going to start to ring this same like kind of whirling sound that you already heard through the chapel. The stone of this place seems to magnify the sound of it, and almost start to make even like the floor through your feet start to resonate with this thing. And you can kind of like hear like the rattle of like the metal and the glass of like the stained glass in like the kind of like opposite corners, like between the like the cardinal directions, like the northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest corners all have big like stained glass walls to them, and you can almost like hear the glass and the metal that holds the glass together like starting to rattle as all of the stonework is like resonating inside of this chapel. And then Ambersov like removes his left hand, kind of like energy almost like returns to his face, and in like a little short instant, like 5 seconds, 2 minutes, it's kind of hard to sense like how long like this silence kind of like holds in the air, but you can just kind of like in this kind of like moment of time, he like gathers himself and certainly is a strange device, very ancient. Such
So,
things.
oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
What do you think?
I was just gonna say, like Davros is going to kind of like as the kind of after he takes back his hand and kind of the ringing and such starts to subside, Davros would go to kind of essentially taking the silk again and again trying to be careful, like almost go to like um, kind of like with the silk, almost like kind of like wrap, like even as he's still kind of holding, almost like wrap it back up and kind of like take it and like I told you, don't touch it.
Were are you expecting to leave this place with this object, or you come to turn it over to the church? I'm not inclined to think I can safely leave it in your possession. What were you thinking?
We're hoping to leave it with somebody who'd know what to do with it. Um, don't like we said, we found it. We don't know what it's capable of. Uh, I certainly don't want to take it with me, but I just don't want to. I don't know what. Didn't want to risk I don't know, something bad happening. And Davros is clearly like kind of out of his element here, but he has no his like kind of his movement was more to kind of almost more like worried for like the effect it would have on him touching it, more not so much the sense that he wasn't trying to give the sense that he wanted to keep it for himself kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think Jinx would probably step in. He knows a little bit about magic, and would say, I mean, we were hoping that we could leave it with someone that we could trust. Is that you?
Lothian protects us all. I believe I find myself in his favor. I think for something mysterious, It's hard to imagine this is something I should have, more than perhaps it is my duty at present to find where it belongs. I've
Can we go? Oh,
no
sorry, go ahead.
doubt. What are you thinking?
Oh, I was just gonna like respond to him. That's all.
Yeah, but what are you thinking?
I was just gonna say, uh, can we trust you with a device like this? Can you trust yourself with this device? And I'm gonna like look him in the eyes, and I want to do a check to see if I trust him.
Gotcha. Oh, you can do an insight check. Is it
So it'd be a
16?
16. Yep.
I'd say your distrust is founded in the nature of this thing's mystery. A priest is somebody worthy of that trust. You kind of have, you don't necessarily have to be a pious person to recognize that, like clerics and paladins are gifted substantial power from like an active connection to a celestial being. Um, these are people who uphold qualities. So there's a certain level of like you can expect this person, all Lothianites, to be similar enough in that if they have the actual magical powers, like gifted of a priest or a kind of a paladin of that sort. So there's a certain level of like recognizing like Lothian approves of some sort in this person, but your doubt kind of rests in this thing is still mysterious and that's still dangerous. Of the four of you in this presence, though, this is the person who you're most safe with, but it doesn't change the fact that this object is not a safe object. I believe there are those above me who would desire to study such things, and perhaps there are those who are aware of the qualities that this possesses. Clearly, there is some sort of evil within this thing, and to my feeling, something this evil is worth both studying as well as hiding away from those who would use it. And you can basically see as he's just kind of contemplative about what kind of results will come about from this. Did you describe kind of the situation of how you came about it? Like, is that something that you're kind of hiding? Are you kind of freely open to that knowledge? What are you guys thinking here on like that kind of aspect? Does he know that it was being used in like a ritual? Have you described what happens when it's set freely and like away from the touch of like somebody?
Is this someone that we like fully trust as like a trusted ally, or?
I would say no. It's not like a trusted ally, but this is effectively like probably the most trusted priest that you guys have in the city at this point. I think you've got a relationship with one or two other priests, but this is probably the closest.
Well, I definitely mentioned that it was involved in a ritual, but didn't go into like the details. I would say like where it took place and everything, we would maybe keep it on the low low, but like that fact that it was like an undead creature doing a ritual, I think we could share. What do you guys think?
Yeah, so Davros was initially kind of like KG, you just said, like we found it, but I mean, he trusts Brother Ambersov more in the sense like he would trust like a typical priest. He doesn't know him like that well, but he would, um, yeah, he would not be opposed to kind of explaining more about kind of the more specific circumstances of kind of how we came about this item and kind of what we kind of saw happen with it and all that kind of what we, yeah, the whole encounter.
I'm all for the how and the what, as long as we leave out the where.
Does that sound good to Malchin and Davros? It feels like Davros is about in line there, but do you guys all kind of agree? The encounter is describable. There's no reason to reference that it was on a plague ship.
Yeah, I'm on board with that as well.
Yep, that sounds good to me.
Uh, yeah, so I think piquing more of his curiosity. Um, Let me get an intelligence. Does anybody have Arcana as a proficiency? Otherwise, let me get a intelligence from um, two of you. Are you proficient in Arcana with Jinx?
No, I don't have proficiency.
Gotcha. Well, probably Malchin and Jinx, because Davros is a negative.
I rolled, but I'm more than happy to let Jix and Malchin take this one.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is like recollecting the like words of the ritual. So there's no reason Davros has to like feel inclined to be like, "Oh yeah, I'm big on magic. I know all of these things." Um yeah, what is that? Like a 19 from Malchin? And then do you have a modifier at all, Jinx, on that? Just a +1 for Jack of all
Yeah,
trades?
that's right. +1, jack of all trades.
Yeah. So I'd say you guys do a pretty good job of like recollecting the actual words. Um, we'll have a little bit of a kind of response from him like about like the actual use of the words. Um, Basically kind of cueing you that he vaguely understands what's being said with them. Um, he corrects some of the pronunciation in some way, and I'd say there's a certain level of you almost have like the kind of like thought like when the words are actually said out loud and properly when he like corrects you, everybody looks towards like the bowl and this like wrapped object in the silk, including him, and it just kind of like is a moment of maybe we shouldn't have said that. But nothing actually like actively happens here when that happens. But it is kind of that weird moment of this. He's still holding it inside of the silk and still has this weird kind of like moment of when the words are said. He recognizes that something happens. You all know that those words were used to kind of like power this device on some level. Um, and I would say at some point he kind of walks towards this central altar and on the fog level. So at some point he kind of like walks towards the central altar and actually sets the bowl down to then test like how you guys described like it spun when it was untouched. And basically finding again like that the moment he kind of lets go of it on the stone and kind of releases it with like the silk kind of insulating him from it, it starts to spin and it starts to ring and it starts to resonate with all of the stone, but he stops it much quicker this time, like not letting it go much more than for a moment or two, just enough time to see that this thing is picking up momentum and it is resonating through the entirety of the chapel as this like ring kind of picks up. And he stops it, wraps it back up into the silk, and he'll kind of like, again, every few moments you guys are grabbing attentions from people, and then kind of returning to this little bit of isolation that you have. Other people are returning to their prayers, and you kind of fade back into a little bit of obscurity. But after a few moments longer, he'll kind of say, I will take this to the Archbishop of Saint Davros, Saint Darius's church, and see what my Archbishop says that we shall do. I believe this will be a matter for those even higher than our church alone. If I am given any information in return, when I see you or Dalton next, I will pass on the information that I have. Otherwise, we thank you for having removed what appears to be a dangerous. And he like looks down at it, like shaking his head, like looking for words, like device from the public grasp and something nefarious.
All right. Well, hopefully you'll all figure out what to do with it. For me, I just know I'm happy to be rid of it myself. But if you do get some information, I suppose it would be good for us to know.
Which like church or god is this?
Lothian, this is the effectively the standard religion of the empire.
Okay, okay. I'll say to the priest after he says that please be careful and don't touch it unsupervised. Remember, Lothian's always watching.
Tempted to have you roll a deception check for that, but we're just gonna let that pass as he kind of like looks at you with like a little bit of an upturned eye. Like blasphemy in the house of Lothian. In kind of S.
19.
That's part of why I said I was tempted to. I didn't ask for the roll because I knew it was pretty much going to fail regardless. Because I don't think you were being honest.
Oh, my bad. No, I definitely don't believe in God
Yeah,
with my character. No, my
that's
bad.
what
I didn't. I'm
I
tempted.
don't really think there was a passing roll for blaspheming Lothian in this chapel at this point. But he kind of like lets it pass with kind of a recognition here. But yeah, as far as I am concerned at this point, unless you all have any other questions for Brother Mikael, you can ask them. Otherwise, I would say for now, we are at a solid breaking point here. Do you guys have any other thoughts?
So Davros will give another little kind of just like religious kind of motion at Jinx's little kind of comment, but otherwise he is glad to have the bowl kind of off his person, and he does not have any more questions for Brother Mikhail at the moment.
So I would say let's take a break here. We can effectively end like this session as like last week, and we can pick up after like a week's progression like into the next like session here, and I'll let you guys kind of like riff forward on what you want to do. Um what I will say is I know Jinx is like on the verge of leveling, and I'm gonna say I'm tempted to say take like 150 XP a piece here. I did not pay attention to how close Davros or Malchin was to leveling, but I feel like that should put you all at level 3. Um, and we can kind of move forward um, into like a fresh kind of session here for the second half of today.
Yeah, I think Davros and Malchin, I think, are both level 3 already. So this will
Yeah,
catch
I know
Jinx up.
you're well on your way though, where you might be close, but I don't think 150 is going to put you there. I think you're just over the halfway point, and I think Malchin is like just below the halfway point.
Oh, to level 4? Yeah, no, yeah, 150 won't, yeah.
Yeah, Jinx one is I think like 99 XP away from leveling up to level 3, so it'll put you all on the same level here. Is part of why. So I think we'll go for that. Effectively, that was one of those like objects, like giving you a vestige at extremely low levels, and seeing what you guys did with it was a big old wild card. So it is out of your control at this point. We will pick up. Let's take 15 minutes here, right after the half hour, like it's 5:37 if everybody's away that long. Um, and we'll kind of pick up, and we'll start with just kind of like a rough idea of what you guys want to do. But most of what I had planned was chasing down things from the boat and where you guys went with this object. So that was a lot of what I had planned for today is already kind of scrapped and accomplished. And we'll pick up after the break with kind of what you guys want to do on the fly. It's up to you as far as like moving forward, just like you can accomplish it now, go for it. If it's something where you don't know exactly what you want to do, it's fine, but like, if you guys go fight something, still an extra third of the potential hit points are being leveled, let
Oh
alone
well, I could just like wait to pick my spell or whatever it is if I don't know for sure.
I'm much more open about you do pick a spell and you decide during the week here when you've got plenty of time that was the wrong spell choice, that you can alter it. Um, yeah, I wouldn't say don't level purely because you don't know what spell you want to take.
I don't know if you're actually like keeping track somewhere else or anything too, but like last week or whenever I rolled up, I think it was last week I leveled up. I rolled my hit points and I got 3 for that level. So the first level was 8, second level was 3.
Gotcha. Have you just been doing a singular hit point, or are you like rolling for the days?
Oh, I've just been sticking with the same value because it's just easier. But I'm gonna roll the next one right now. So do you only get to reroll one the first time you roll, or can I roll it now?
If you roll one, you re-roll it. If you roll another one, you get a 2.
Okay, I couldn't remember if that was only at level 1 or if that was like throughout the game. So 5 I got on that one.
You've got 19 hit points now.
That is correct.
Did you know what subclass you wanted to do? Like, did you already choose that at least?
Is
In
that like
addition to the
what
spell?
college you're going to be in
Yeah.
for a bard? Well, I didn't look at them yet. What's the College of Lore one like?
College of Lore is basically just where you get that extra dips into the magic from like any class.
All right, I'll do that one.
Yeah, I think the big choice is whether, in my opinion, the big choice is whether you go for the College of Lore or you do one of the Tasha's ones. I feel like Tasha's had a powerful bard class. Um,
No, I'm cool with the College of Lore because I have that one for free on D&D Beyond, so it's easier if I can just click along.
oh, do you not have access to it anymore? I was curious how things were separating. 'Cause I was able to create a magical item and give it to Davros the other day.
Well, like if you don't have the individual like packets or like expansions purchased, it gives you like certain choices automatically. Like it pretty much gives you one option, and you can
That's what
have
I was
all
thinking.
that.
I own Tasha's on D&D Beyond, and that's kind of what I mean. Like, I shouldn't be able to make homebrew stuff and give it to Davros right now, but I was able to because he's still in the campaign. Um,
Well,
if
like
you can't access Tasha's, then that at least is shut off.
yeah, previously if I was in one of your campaigns and you had like a certain expansion, all the options would come down as long as I like followed the link
Yeah,
when I created the character.
that's part of why I'm playing around with more of these things like the proficiency dice, and different styles of playing stuff, is because I'm getting closer and closer where we can just use like actual pen and paper. And I mean, there's editable PDFs too, like don't get me wrong, but just creating your character more naturally. And that's where you could use Tasha still, but I understand if you want to just use the easy variety as is though.
Yeah, I may go to like paper one day. It's kind of cool having like a character sheet and stuff. But for now, just for simplicity's sake, I'm just gonna, and I've never played a bard before. I'm just gonna play the one they give me for free.
I feel like the College of Eloquence was the one that can do some stupid powerful shit, but it's College of Creation and College of Eloquence from Tasha's.
I like have the Tasha's book, but I've never actually like read any of the stuff. I just heard there was a bunch of broken characters in it, so I kind of just like steered clear on that one.
Oh, it's just the classic everything gets better in time. It's not necessarily that they're broken. And it's definitely not the bards in particular that are broken.
Well, no, I
The
think it was like
clerics.
the Moon Druid or something like that, and like a couple other. And it's really like they have in Warhammer too. It's full on like power creep.
Yeah. The Circle of Spores is shit. Love the Circle of Spores. It's a lot of fun to play. The Circle of Stars, super powerful low level, but the Moon Druid is still the absolute most powerful. The reason Circle of Stars is stupid powerful at all levels is it's basically, if you ever want to play a class that 100% cannot lose concentration, it's the Circle of the Stars. One of its starry forms basically makes it so you just can't drop concentration, and it only gets stronger and stronger as you level. Where it's like, all right, if you can one shot me and kill me in one single attack, you can break my concentration. I'm like, well, that's not breaking concentration, that's killing you.
Like, and now you're dead.
Well, it's just one of those things. Sometimes, like, I wonder if people recognize, like, Paladin who starts the game at like 24 AC at level 1. Like, do you realize what you're challenging me to do? It's like to just kill you, right? Because know you're going to take damage and like feel some of the danger. You're either going to be perfectly healthy or you're going to be dead. There's no in between. And I don't think most paladins, like most people who are armor class horrors like that, recognize what it produces by having stupid high AC at level 1.
Yeah, it's more important to have like internal balance between all your players than it is like just as important to have like balance between you and the encounters. Hey, can I roll a gambling roll while we're waiting on them getting back to see if I lose all my money?
I'm back.
Did you ever leave, Chris?
Yeah, I did leave, but I
Um,
did come back. just recently.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the
Um,
College of Eloquence Bard is, I wouldn't say it's overpowered. It's very good for RP. Like a lot of its stuff
yeah,
is.
that's what I was thinking though. But overpowered in RP is definitely still a thing. Because I'm pretty sure it's one of those things where it's just like I get to decide. They're level threes that can't roll lower than a 10. I think that's what it is that they're immediately an auto class. Um,
Yeah, for persuasion or deception checks, it's 10
yeah.
is their minimum roll. And
So
then
they're
like with the
probably at like starting levels, 15 is their lowest kind of thing. If you've got a +3 or a +4, you're probably looking at like a 15 to a 17 is the lowest you can do with most checks. And that, at level 1, that's auto succeeding because most checks at level 1 you're talking about like 10 to 13s.
the other cool thing is I think it's 6th level is when, like, if the bard gives an inspiration die to someone and they use it and still fail the roll, they don't lose it. They can keep the bardic inspiration die essentially until they succeed or until the 10 minutes is up.
Yeah, that's definitely a super cool aspect. And I think eloquence is the one that's actually powerful from the bards. Calling it overpowered is probably a little bit much, but it is one of those things like, especially in campaigns that are designed around RP encounters instead of like combat encounters. It's one of those things where it can completely alter a campaign, and that's part of where you can get into this is indeed overpowered. Um, but it's also the type of thing, if you have a campaign that doesn't have RP, how can that class possibly be overpowered? Because they can't affect anything then. So it's so much about the campaign.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Um,
I'm
but yeah,
gonna.
the
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
part of what I was thinking is we would start off with the idea of what you guys would do in the interim week here. And see if you guys had any thoughts on what the three of you wanted to do when you basically set back off this week. So this is one of those things where if you would like to go off gambling, we can most certainly have that happen. I think last week the game we played has severely skewed odds because of the high like buy-in, and maybe it's best to say if you want to play that one, have the buy-in be cheaper so you can actually like double down onto it and have the extra ability to like add dice. So maybe if we did that one as like a 5 gold minimum and each buy-in is like another 5 gold, that was 2d6 and you're looking for 7 or a 12 to win. And whatever you roll the first time, you can double down to add another d6, looking again for the 7 or 12. You only win condition though is 7 or 12. And you can keep doubling down until you basically bust past 12. Otherwise, I think in the past, like I'm perfectly happy doing like a d20 versus a d20, and you basically wager like a certain percentage of your gold, and like if you win, you roll a d100, and that's how much you profit. If you lose, you roll a d100, and that's how much you lose.
Do you guys ever have any interest in like gambling at all, or?
Dalton always did. Davros not so much.
Yeah, Nalshan isn't too interested in gambling either.
Yeah, Brifford and Dalton were gamblers, so that was part of how their careers started. Is they were, um, and actually, Dalton would eventually or will eventually have a re-encounter um, with the Kill Ravens. Kill Ravens basically start to recognize that Brifford and Dalton are back in the map. Um, they'll start having visits again.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I think if neither one of them really has any interest in it, if you just let me do like rollies, like double or nothing, you know what I mean? Just a couple rolls. I'm just trying to hit one decent little jackpot. So if I wager 20 gold and we just roll off D20 versus D20, double or nothing.
Well, that's where I'll say, like, we can do D20 versus D20, and then you can tell me how much you're wagering, and I'll give you a D100 to see how much you profit from it. So we'll
Oh,
do
okay, yeah,
that
that's
as the
cool.
percentile.
I'll do that.
And then as long as you've got gold, you can continue to do that, I would say that's basically the idea of like a day of gambling kind of thing. So I'll limit you to 7 times over, basically. But yeah, D20, and then you can roll a D100 with your D20 as well.
Okay, so just roll that, and I'm wagering, or I'll find out how much gold
Oh,
after.
my bad. Yeah, you should let me know how much are you wagering, and then roll a D20 and a D100.
Okay, I'm gonna do 20 gold.
Gotcha. I think you already said that, so I'll take that 9. You need to be a 9. Then a 9 would push. Seems good regardless.
So
What do
I
you
got a
do when you roll the
14 on
14?
the D20 and a 92 on the
Yeah, so what is that? 92% of 20 gold is probably like that like 17. I'd say take like 37 gold back. No, you made 17. I think that sounds about like 92%. No, it should be 18 or higher. Yeah. That sound right to you?
So wait, what did I win? 18?
Yeah.
Okay, can I do it just one more time with 20 gold?
Gotcha. I think I got you on that one.
I was
So this
7.
one 77, so that's 75. So that's 15 gold lost. Net 3 gold gain.
All right, I'm going all in.
How much is all in?
If I was up 3, that means I'm up to 23 gold.
Okay, I got you.
Since we're like in that one, you lose all your money. Somebody
Well, I
robs
mean,
you
he
as
would
you
still
leave.
has like the D100 going though, so 'cause that's the thing. Like, I feel like having the D100 is how much. The D20 to me is whether you win or lose. 100, the percentile is how much you're winning or losing. So that's like an 85 percentile. And I think it's a gain because I rolled a 13. Yeah. So 23, 85 percentile, say that's like another 21. Like that sounds about right.
Okay, I'm gonna
So
quit there. That's good.
44 gold. And like, did you guys actually take those silks away? Because those silks are again 33 gold a piece. Like that was one of those things I couldn't believe you guys were ignoring.
You know, Davros took him and divvied them up. What was, aside from this,
Gotcha.
he would have left the silk with the bowl in the temple,
You
but other
let
than that,
yours go. Okay, got you. Yep.
well, not all of it. Just like essentially, he took that part of the silk. I think he said there was about 10 square yards, and if we say essentially one of the yards was used for the bowl, that leaves
Gotcha.
9. Oh, right,
You
so it'd
like
be
cut off
essentially,
some. Sounds good to me.
yeah.
So say like yours was worth like 23 gold. Right? I think it's 10 gold per square yard. I said that there was 10 square yards total.
Yeah, because he said it was about worth about 100 gold, so it'd be like
Yeah.
10 gold per yard. Yeah.
In the long run, like this is like a high magic campaign, like anything like I've run. So this is definitely, you guys are kind of meant to be inundated with things to spend / gain. So yeah, you've got some gold there. Malchin doing anything special across the week? Davros, anything special across the week?
I think Davros would have like brought this silk to his wife. I have to at some point come up with a name for her. But And then she probably would have basically said like, "Oh, we can sell this," or maybe she sewed some and then sold the resulting items. Essentially, sold it all for gold. But otherwise, he is, I think, just like
If you
after
want
the
her to do a
whole.
skill check to see if she can make something,
Sure, just like a straight
just do
D20.
like a D20 with like a +5 proficiency kind of thing.
Okay, and I re-rolled for hit points if since it's been a week, but if we're not doing that, I can keep what he's got for.
I'm open to what you guys want to do with these things. Justin Jinx is not really doing any of those special rules, so he's more or less on a steady hit point based on like what he's rolled. You guys are welcome to do it or not. And it goes with, I think he is not using the proficiency dice. You guys are welcome to use them or not. As far as I'm concerned, with Tolis, just expect for you guys to let me know what you're doing.
Okay, yeah, I'm planning to use the proficiency dice and the kind of day to day or week to week hit point rolling. So, and then that was a 10 on the D20 for
So I'd
skill
say
check.
with her doing like a 15, I'd say she's able to sell that dress for, like 50 or 60 gold kind of thing. So you guys can certainly have a nice little profit from that. Um, I think it is entirely viable to find out that the elder Demarques effectively become almost like parents of the guild. So as you kind of develop those two, as far as things go, like if she if you get inclined to say that she no longer like works for the people in the Rivers Gate, the guild has a home for her, kind of like just repairing people's leather, people's normal clothes, creating like finer clothing for you guys when you want to go visit with the nobles. Um, I think that's a potential for her to become an NPC, like closely related to the guild, and it lets her stay close to Dalton.
Yeah, I think she would want to do that. So yeah, she essentially basically after this does mean 50 gold for someone like her and someone like Davros even is a lot. So yeah, she'll essentially kind of give her notice and yeah, essentially become an NPC and um, she'll probably for now stay in the continue living in the Guildsman district, but maybe she just like comes with Davros and spends a lot of time at the new place. Maybe once it gets cleaned up a little bit and things like that. Yeah, and then she can be kind of just like the sort of resident seamstress for sort of general kind of patching and repairs and such.
Yeah, especially at this location. This is not quite the open bar that can kind of house the guild so much as this is a place where the guild is currently sheltered. But it's probably much more comfortable for like a lot of people at like a penny bench like rest place than it is like being cramped up in this place. Like at any given point at night, there's like 12 adventurers. There's gotta be 5 to 7 people creating in a harmony of snores that probably make the upper floors horrendous. The goblins below are probably even worse during the daytime. It's probably an uncomfortable place to live. So I doubt that Demarques would spend time here willingly. It's definitely one of those things where this is a safe house, and the closer and closer it gets to just being a safe house, the happier everybody will be. But it's one of those things where it's at least a place while you guys are without the crooked Skinner. Any thoughts from Malchin?
Yeah, he's probably spent some time with Jinx trying to get that chest open or box.
Gotcha.
I'll do it.
Let me just get a Just get a dexterity from you. Your proficiency.
Can I? Oh, it's probably not that complicated. I was gonna say I could like give him bardic inspiration, but
He's gonna get it like open. This is more a question of like if he rolls really poorly here, it's trapped. Yeah. So yeah, doesn't take you much time at all to get it. When you talk about having no time frame, it's going to be unlocked. It's just a question of like what kind of good or bad happens. Um Let me have Mouchin roll a D4 and Jinx roll a D100. You rolled, right?
yeah, the 92 is the D100.
Yeah,
That's
and I
really
rolled a 4.
boring. Avros, roll a D20. Happy with that item. 11. That sounds good. Roll another D100 for me, Jinx.
58.
Um, how many martial weapons are there? I think there's 20. Roll a D20 for me, Justin. Damn it, Jinx.
13.
Oh shit, this is a small box. I probably shouldn't just let it be a martial weapon. Let's hope 13 is something small.
It's a dagger.
Um, so when you open the box, there are two objects inside of this. There is a small, like, metallic globe. It is roughly the size of your fist, and it is effectively entirely mirrored. So it just looks like you're looking back at yourself in a very distorted kind of way because it's mirroring everything around you. So I think that makes you kind of like shrunken almost in that object. And I think for now that's kind of what you understand it as. It's like a mirrored globe about the size of your fist. The other object is kind of a finely filigreed hilt of what would appear to be a sword with no blade. And it's got this nice handle kind of wrapped in like red leather, and there's like gold thread that's kind of like woven through the leather to make like little like decorations kind of into the leather. And it has like a hand guard that kind of extends out from the top and more or less covers the entirety of your fist before coming back down and into like the base of the hilt, where it kind of like returns into the handle. But otherwise, those are the two objects within this little box that you grabbed. At any point during that week of having those objects, do you do anything with them? Do you spend time effectively either um, meditating on them, like attuning to them to identify them? Do you start to simply kind of like attune to them, just like to make them sort of yours? Or do you want to take them to somebody to try to have them identified um, effectively, like at a price? Do you want to try to trade them? What do you think you would do?
Is there like a standard going rate for an identify? Like to get somebody to identify him?
Think most of the time you have somebody casting a low level spell, you're looking at like I think 50 or so gold, pay somebody to do it. Say 25 to 50 gold. kind of what would most often be the price of identifying something.
And could we tell like both of them are magic items? Is that basically what we would like be able to deduce?
Um, Both of them are in fine enough condition that you can't see any blemishes on them, that you have a pretty solid recognition that these are both magical items.
Well, I think Malchin, you could take one of them, and then I could take one, and then Davros got the spear. So I think that's I mean, they're all technically ours to split. So
Yeah. Davros is good with the harpoon. So yeah, you two can take those items.
so Malchin, would you want to like pay somebody to identify him, or would you like trust enough to like like study it and in tune?
Yeah, I'd probably be a bit cheap about it. Not want to pay anyone else. Just study it myself.
Yeah, I mean, this would have been the first magic item where I would like actually have found it and like had a chance. So I think like whatever Malchin like kind of says here, I'll like go along with it too. So I'll do that as well.
So who's taking which?
You can take the pick of the litter.
All right, I'll take the sword handle.
Okay, so um, one Jinx will have then is the easiest to identify. That when you essentially attune to that, like in a meditation, you will find that this is effectively. Oops, I just left. A object of light. This is a drift globe. So you can use this to effectively, I think you can produce a glow to it, and it will basically, like with its command word, kind of fly up above your head and stay within a certain distance of you and just glow. And I think it produces bright light for like a 30-foot radius. Um, you should be able to, I think, on D&D Beyond find Drift Globe and add it to your character. But I can see if there's any problem with that into the future. And then the sword hilt, I'm gonna say you 100% can find that it is indeed an actual sword. When you use its command word, you can basically summon a scimitar. Um, but the actual design of said scimitar for now is going to be mysterious to you. Other than learning its command word, I don't have a full answer for Malchin yet. I'm gonna design that weapon in this week to come here, and we'll let that be a current mystery. But I think at present it's basically when you draw a weapon, I think this kind of interferes with what you can already do. But when you can draw a weapon, you can draw the sword hilt without any action economy. So might end up being a little bit easier to like switch from your bow to this one kind of thing. Like you could stow your bow without a problem and grab this hilt. So we'll kind of leave that kind of open for now. But that is like the at least like teaser of what that'll do. It's not going to be specifically like a light sword, but it's also not going to be like any of the other kind of like shifting swords that I've done.
Cool.
Jinx, were
Thank you.
you able to find the drift globe?
I didn't actually look yet. I'm still just reading. There's like a million second level spells, so I'll probably have to do that like over the break.
Doesn't look like it's showing up. Um,
I
yeah,
wrote
it
down
sounds
what you
weird
said
to me.
though.
Um, no, but it's just weird because I could still add stuff. I don't know if you noticed with Davros, but I added the flame breather staff as well as the impaling harpoon. So you have those items now on you. And I was kind of commenting with my brother earlier, like how I thought it was weird that Jinx doesn't seem to have access to my stuff, but you still do. I feel like it's almost related to when you joined the campaign. Avros joined when I had the premium subscription. I think Jinx joined afterwards. The Jinx is like isolated from my stuff where I don't think Davros is.
Yeah. Well, and I did notice that. I meant to make a mention of that earlier, and thank you for adding that stuff in. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with because I have a premium subscription as well, so maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know if you
Oh,
and
okay.
Justin both have one.
You still
Yeah,
have
I
a premium. That's probably what it is that lets you edit. Whereas I don't know if I've tried with anybody who doesn't have one. But yeah, I can send the actual Drift Globe info to Jinx.
yeah I considered getting rid of it, but I've already like paid so much to get the books that I kind of wanted to wait. And now that they've at least for now walked back the whole getting rid of the OGL 1.0A thing, yeah, I'm gonna probably plan on keeping it.
Yeah, I feel like that's what they accomplished. Is it was just enough damage mitigation to chill things, but definitely doesn't solve all of the problems they created.
I mean, the
Yeah.
fact that they even thought they could try it once means they'll try it again or something similarly bad in the future. So, I mean,
It's
I'm not.
definitely
I'm
the
not.
idea that it
Yeah,
certainly sits that way because, like, technically everything in the 5.1 SRD is now Creative Commons, so it's not even theirs. But it is one of those weird things where you know where their intent is, and that says so much. There's so many companies who are basically like, yeah, we already started designing our own system. We already left. We're not gonna throw away that month's worth of work.
yeah, you can't really put that genie back in the bottle once you kind of yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's like the higher ups at Hasbro were like, oh, we need to monetize this, more so than like the most of the probably the people who work for Wizards of the Coast. But
Yeah, I wonder what it's going to do with the D&D Beyond accounts though, where they want to put everybody on $30 a month to use their account. And that's one of the things to me where it's just like, I don't know.
yeah,
I
apparently
could
that was
rationalize it when I had a lot of players. I was paying $20 for a 6-month period.
yeah, apparently that was like a hoax. Or at least that's what they said. But yeah, yeah. If they've raised it to $30 a month, then yeah, there's no way I'm paying what's that $240 a year for no. Yeah,
Yeah. It's just like a handling fee when you can already do it with the books that you own. And
oh no,
that's one of
three
the
hundred and
things,
sixty
like,
dollars, even worse. Yeah,
yeah, it's just wild.
Well,
Yeah,
it was cool because it was convenience. Like if every book you bought had the code, and then you could like use the code on D&D Beyond, and it was like just a place for your resources to be compiled, then it would make sense to like have a subscription. You know?
yeah, if they did it that way, that would certainly be at least an alternative. But yeah, like to buy all of the books, it's crazy how many people I've seen who have like all of the books and it's like a $2,500 package. And it's just like you don't own any of these in person, and like, oh no, I own these in person. So I'm like, you've got $5,000 just in books with D&D. And a lot of people are on that level because when I look at my bookshelf, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to buy these in a lesser digital format. I like the physical format. Um, yeah, not getting distracted into D&D Beyond and Wizards. So you guys are back inside of the city. We should be essentially back to like the present time of, early in the second month of the year. This is one of the things where, um, yeah, this is not Faerun, so it's not a monthly count. It's not a moon calendar. So we just go by this effective month. It's not specifically February, but for the case of what's useful, it is effectively, what is it, mid to late winter. Any thoughts about what you guys would like to do? Do you want to um, go into the uh, like lower levels and return into the undercity? Do you guys want to? The whole city's in front of you. Do you guys have any thoughts before I just kind of like riff? What are you thinking?
Anyone up for another foray into the tunnels below the Goblin House?
Yeah, that would be fun. We could do a little battle.
Yeah, I'm up for that. Exploring what's beneath there.
At some point when you have the gold with Jinx, it may be worth yourself paying the 20 gold to join the actual Delvers Guild. The Delvers Guild is one of those things where I feel like that is what the Star Marauders were always meant to be. But keep in mind that that is a useful guild um, or when things come about, and certainly becomes more and more useful as you get more and more money.
Is that one of the posts in there? It like says what you get for joining the guild.
I don't know if I ever like listed it somewhere. Um, a lot of the benefits while you're traveling with the two of them are vaguely negligible because they are technically guild members. But eventually, like one of the things that you can buy is like guild insurance, and like people will like retrieve your body if you were to die adventuring in the Undercity. You can purchase maps. You can um, copy maps. There's just different levels of the perks of it. But in the long run, I think it's one of those things like a Netflix level of the guild would try to go after you, noticing that you are adventuring with two of the members of the guild, to not allow you to benefit from their being members without paying the same minimal dues.
I'm that guy.
So, you guys have, I guess I'd never actually walked you through this, Jinx, recognize like what kind of just happened there. But like the Goblin House, as the you've went through like into the lower levels before. That's where you guys like had that first battle. But inside of the actual Goblin House, where all of these goblins are sleeping, you can see some of the actual like scraping area here. This wall pivots like on a central pivot. So like the pivot point is vaguely right where I would just put that circle on like the lowest level. And it basically rotates in a, what is that, clockwise direction. So you can kind of see some of the scraping where like the wall basically like rotates into that direction. And the goblins basically showed at some point um that was like how they entered this place, and how you kind of take shelter in this location. But you guys are basically on, there's like about a 30-foot corridor before you get to some stairs, and this map has you guys basically starting right at the base of those stairs. So, like, that's on the stairs. You could see like the rotated wall kind of right behind you. And then you guys have come in here with light prepared. You can basically see light vaguely coming to the end of this tunnel and the choice of a right or a left-handed turn. Previously, Malchin and Davros headed down here, and you fought that troll kind of right around the northern turn, the turn to your right. And you guys could see that there was a little bit of a jink in the hallway to the north there. And I think that you guys could see that the hall kind of opened up into a little more natural kind of cavern to the south of you. And then I don't think you guys paid to see to copy the map, but you guys have a vague idea of having looked at this map in the office, like in the library of the Delvers Guild. Would you guys return to look at that map again, or do you think you are going off of just memory slash exploring?
Davros is good going off of just, well, I mean, he's probably doesn't have he hasn't the greatest memory anyway. So even if he spent a week poring over it, it would kind of just go out. And I feel like he spent most of his week off or between adventures, just trying to essentially throwing himself into his work, trying to forget about the visions that he saw with the bowl. So he's been kind of preoccupied with that. So he's just going to follow Malchin and Jinx's lead on this one in terms of whether they want to have studied it.
I think Malshan wouldn't go back and study it. Like trying to. I'm thinking he can remember most of it at least.
See how you guys roll. Not letting me put Jinx in the position where I get to sales pitch him. See you. See you. Yeah, you guys can kind of head down here. You have the little bit of familiarity that you have. You guys are welcome to progress forward. What kind of thoughts do you have as you return to this underground? What would you like to do?
Yeah, well, we didn't get too far last time. So Davros has got his lantern out, and he's willing to kind of take the lead. He's looking a lot hardier after that week off. Kind of the seasickness. He's gotten over the seasickness and kind of the queasiness. So he's looking definitely much more kind of refreshed. But I think since we saw last time we were down here, we saw the troll ogre, whatever it was, up north. Davros will suggest maybe we head the other way, even though it's been a bit, and maybe explore down this. I guess to their left, south.
Yeah, Malshan will point out that to the side. He remembers like there being a underground lake area there as well. Could take a look.
Alrighty, so you guys can kind of come up, and at this area it kind of opens up into the broadening space, and you'll start to see like a little bit of the water of the lake. And it seems like there's a little bit of kind of like a landing, and it seems to extend off and to your left, to the east or so on this map.
So Davros is going to kind of coming up towards the, I guess, like the water's edge. He's just curious. He wants to just kind of look around here for any sign of tracks. Like curious whether there's any, like animal tracks, any sign that this is like a destination, like if creatures are using this as like a watering hole kind of situation.
Make a survival check for me.
Straight 17.
Ah, 17. When you move up to the edge and you start to look around for tracks to see, like, is anything coming up here to, like, drink from this? You basically can start to see that there are like prints of movement down here. You can see some things that give you like, there might be more goblins down here. Some tracks are new, some tracks are old. But one of the things that starts to catch your eye is you very quickly can kind of see like the isolated. Again, I'm going for the phalanges of a bone foot that is walking in the closer area. And when you get to the edge of the water and start to kind of like look out into this distance, um, kind of like noticing that like a foot like is walking into the water, you start to just like look out into like the water and how far it extends into this darkness. And there's just a moment where you're a little bit uneasy, and there's going to be a creature that actually reaches out from the water and is going to try to grasp for you. Let me get a strength roll from you. Strength athletics.
Okay, so that would be a 26.
Yeah, there's no way. As this like bony hand like grasps for yours, you very quickly kind of like feel like the cold and like the dampness of it as it tries to grasp down on you, but are able to pull away. And let's go for initiative here. But I don't have to clear you guys. I think you guys can just roll again.
So that will be a 19 for Davros.
And a 10 from
Jinx.
Ashen.
I have 17 total for Jinx.
Gotcha. Davros, what would you like to do as this figure reaches out to grasp for you?
Yeah, so I think Davros, having managed to kind of like shake off the attempted grab, is actually going to try to grab it back and drag it out of the water. Actually, I think with his tavern brawler feat, he can actually,
Bonus
um,
action that?
yeah. So he will just, as an unarmed strike, essentially like almost like kind of like grab his arm out, like punch, and then try to like and like as he's like after he punches, like grab it and drag it back out.
Gotcha. Go for that.
All right, so the first D4 will be proficiency, and the second D4 would be the damage die for the unarmed strike. Oh, crap. Whoops. Didn't mean to re-roll that.
But you're good. Do you know what you rolled?
I don't. I was trying to see the breakdown between the D4s.
A word.
But I mean, if you want, I'll just use this one because I honestly don't know what I rolled before.
It's whatever. I'm not worried about it.
All right, so that would be a 12. No, I'm sorry, 15 to hit.
15 does like kind of like grasp into what are you attacking with right here? This is just to
This is just unarmed strike, so essentially
gotcha,
just punching
unarmed
it
right
with
now.
his fist.
Yeah, so you're just kind of like punching into this thing. It's got like a kind of like chainmail on that when you like punch into it, you can like kind of feel as you're almost like shattering the rust that kind of like frees up the chainmail. So it goes from like this like, kind of like clunky, hard, almost like scaled kind of feeling to it like rings kind of free as like the rust like breaks free of this chain as you punch into it. But solid hit.
All right, so that was for 3 damage. I guess that would be bludgeoning with a punch.
Gotcha.
And then bonus action grapple, and then attempt to Essentially, well, he'll be moving back anyway if he can, but he'll essentially trying to grab it and drag it with him
Gotcha.
out of the water. So it's a strength roll, right?
Yeah, for you at this point, it is. I think it's still athletics. Um, when you are actively being the one doing it.
Okay.
Because you could have done acrobatics. I was just thinking you're strength based because you're a barbarian. So
Yeah,
athletics is
athletics.
what you probably.
Yeah, athletics makes more sense. So that would be only a 9 for Davros.
Gotcha. That was quite literally the number I needed to roll higher than. Needed a 6 to tie you, and meets beats. So I fail, and you can drag it out. As you kind of like pull this creature free, you basically see that this is like a large, like armored skeleton. When I say large, it is still a medium-sized creature. It's holding like a long, like pointed, like staff at the end of it, like a large blade. This is effectively a pike warrior. And anything else from you, or
That's all for Davros.
alrighty? At the end of your turn, it is going to stab at you with its pike and try to impale you with this blade. Um, and that is very much not going to help as it like struggles with being kind of like held by you. It like tries to like reach out for you, but it's just enough that like its bones are kind of like still like moving for the first time in some ages, and like some of it's just a little bit too like clunky in how the movement goes. It's not like smoothing out quite yet, and it just kind of fails to strike out at you. And it's gonna go to, I think, Jinx. What would you like to do?
I would imagine this is all kind of happening like pretty quickly. 1 second, I'm just not really paying attention. Davros like down at the water. Next thing you know, a zombie's trying to drag him in. Instead, he's dragging it out. I'm
100%. This is 6 seconds right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna start like kind of bolting away, like kind of shockingly, not to like leave him behind, but in case there's more. And then I'm
Leave
gonna
them
do
behind.
yeah, and I'm gonna look at the zombie as I like run away, and I'm gonna yell vicious mockery at it. And now I don't know. It only works if they can't be charmed. I think.
What do you mean? It only works. They can be charmed, you mean? I think vicious mockery it needs to just be able to understand you.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, that was cutting words. Okay, yeah. So I'll do vicious mockery at it. And I'm just gonna yell out, "I don't want to know what you taste like," and as I run away.
I am crushing these rolls. A solid 5 on the die is definitely going to be a fail. Um, yeah, it's kind of a weird one here.
So it's
You did
three
3
damage,
damage.
and yeah, and disadvantage.
I don't know if I have a disadvantage in, but I need to create one. It's definitely the type of thing where that's going to last. But yeah, I'll just keep that on my little whiteboard here. Um, anything else from you at this point? Are you otherwise good?
Oh, that's good for me.
End of your turn. It is going to stab out. Yeah, I think I need to know the distance that a pike can attack. But I'm going to stab out at Malchin an attack here, and that's going to hit with the 21. And I'm going to deal Wrong button. Seven piercing damage to you, as it basically like kind of like lunges forward, stabbing its pike into Malchin. You're going to see as it kind of like leaps into the air and jabs the pike down further into Malchin and is going to leap over you, avoiding any opportunity attacks as it basically leaps 10 feet to the other side of Malchin, and back up towards Jinx. Oh, wait, that was a disadvantage. So 21 and a 12. Wait, no, that's a 15. Does a 15 hit Malchin?
No, a 15 would just miss.
Son of a bitch. All right, well, I miss you. Then moves to an unoccupied space it can see within 10 feet of the target. Oh, within 10 feet of the target. That's crazy. It's not just 10 feet. So yeah, I can still leap over you though. But instead of using you as the point of its like pole vault, it like misses you, clinking off of your armor, stabbing into the like stone of the ground, and it still leaps over you and Davros. And yeah, I'm gonna go for kind of leaps over like to the other side of Jinx and kind of like blocks you in there a little bit. And then it's going to go to you, Malchin.
Yeah, it's gonna check. Yeah, I'm gonna follow it, so it's not getting away.
As well you should. I don't think there's any reason you can't move to the other side of it and gain flanking on it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So you can have
Uh,
a +2 on that attack.
yeah, let's see. I'm just gonna check what I'm rolling here. So I'm not rolling.
Just checking. So it broke the grapple, right? Oh, but obviously to leap over.
Oh shit! Damn, that's crazy. I don't. Um
I mean,
don't know if I can use
I'm
that
good at being
legendary
able to
action.
just go with that. I mean, it's a legendary action, so yeah, that works for me for the
Yeah,
second.
I think I kind of have to go with that idea. Maybe in the future, though, I won't allow that to happen. But at least that time, yes, it's enough of a surprise that time. Go with that.
Yep, works for me.
See,
It's
that
kind of
is
weird.
12 to hit.
A 12 is going to miss.
Yeah, let's see my second attack.
Was that with the +2?
Oh, then it's a 14
Oh
to
yeah,
hit.
you rolled a 5. Yeah,
Yeah,
15 is what it needed, though.
yeah. Then I'll try my bonus action attack for a natural 20.
A crit's always gonna suck. Um. Oh, damage dice on that right now are the 1 and the 5 there.
Yeah, that's one from the regular
Gotcha.
attack, so that's 4, and 1 plus 3,
So
and
this is
so
one
now.
of the things where I've wanted to do crits differently for a while, where crits are a maximum and then the actual die. So we would actually take that as a 13 and a 7 for damage. And do 20 plus your dexterity of 3, so 23 damage. You have
So
to understand what I mean is crits are maximum, and then you roll a dice normally. So it's still like the normal dice are rolled, but you get the maximum as if you rolled the second die was the max. Will also make monster crits more powerful.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I like that.
yeah, I just want to
Yeah,
make sure that I figured that the roll that I did now and then plus a max dice. Or
It prevents you having to roll again because you rolled a crit. It's
okay, for the
again one of
second.
those ideas like everything's already rolled when you roll. When you get a crit, it just means you add the maximum possible to it. Oh, 20, I think, what was it, 23 damage, right? 15, 7, 20, yeah, and 3 decks. 23.
Yeah, should be right. Right?
2. And I'm pressing the push to talk. So, anything else from you at this point, Malchin?
And no, that should be it for me.
I think um I am going to let's actually roll to see who it's going to attack. Twofer. So let's go for. I think it's going to step back. Is it intelligent? It is not intelligent. It is going to kind of step backwards away from both of you, provoking opportunity attacks from both of you if you would like to attack, as it like reaches out with the spear to try to once again impale Jinx.
Another nat 20? What the fuck?
That's success. So that's going to be less damage at least, though. So it's doing 9 of damage.
Yeah, let's see. 3, 6, and then so 12 damage. No, like 15, because it still had a +3 for the damage die, right? On crits.
Your dexterity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you did 3 plus 6 is the 9, plus 3 for your dexterity is the 12.
Don't really get how to get that, because did a 3 for my d6 +3 for 6, and then the crit damage for an extra 6. That's 12, right? And then +3 on that dice as well.
Where are you? Is that D4 not your proficiency die?
Yeah, that's the proficiency.
Yeah, the D6 is your only damage die there.
Yeah, but
So that's
uh,
6, plus 3 is 9. Plus 3 for your dexterity.
oh, I did that wrong then with the crit. I thought you like rolled the first one and then the second die was the one that got maxed.
Effectively, it is, yeah. Instead of rolling a second die for getting a crit, just take the max of what you would be rolling. So you're
Yeah,
taking that D6 as an automatic 6.
yeah, that was the one I didn't get. It was like I thought that what you rolled
Gotcha.
first, and then the extra die from the crit would be the full damage, not the first one.
And then
I
what'd
rolled
you do there, Jinx? You got
21,
a
21 total for 7 damage. That's max damage for me.
and then it is going to try to impale you on its spear. 20 D10. So it should hit Jinx with a 23, and it's going to hit you for 12 piercing damage. And then I think it's going to strike out at Malchin with this other one. And that's going to be an 11 to hit you, should miss, for 6 piercing damage. So as it kind of steps back and it just tries to like stab out at both of you with its pike, it's going to go to Davros. I think a little bit of blood shed from Jinx as it stabs into you.
Yeah, I'm definitely bloody.
And at this point, this thing is like you're starting to actually like break apart its bones. This thing is effectively bloodied as well.
Yeah, so the thing kind of like escapes from Davros's grasp and leaps over them and starts like stabbing into his friend. Davros kind of like lets out a bellow of rage. Where the hells are you going? And so he will bonus action rage as he rushes up to the back up to the creature, and he's still got his lantern in the one hand, so he's swinging out one-handed with his staff at this creature. I'm going to use my inspiration from that Nat 1 perception roll to give myself advantage here. Sorry, just remind me how I see which, like the breakdown of the d4s. I don't think it's going to matter because I rolled double twos on the d20, so that's going to be a miss.
Oh, if you click the 9, it'll open them up. So the first one was a 2. That was your 2 attack. The second one was a 1 for your damage.
Oh yeah, okay, but yeah, in any case, yeah, that those will definitely that will definitely miss.
Oh man,
And
double 2 sucks ass.
yeah, and that is all for Davros, but he is now in a rage.
You can't even get the bonus of getting it advantage from being from rolling ones. And that'll go to Jinx after Davros. There's a rage one of these. Create a oh yeah, raging.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say I'd like imagine this like big pike is just like stabbed completely through my abdomen right now.
Funny you should say that. If I gave this thing other skeletons to fight with, it actually has an attack where the Osseous phalanx, it will like attack through another skeleton's ribcage.
All right, well I'm just gonna say careful, he's faster than he looks, and I'm gonna throw up like some blood into my hands, and then I'll like start like pushing it back into like my wound, and I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself. And then I'm going to use Bardic Inspiration on Malchin. Hit him with the old 1-2, buddy.
Sound good for your turn there?
Yeah, that's it for me. I'm not going to go anywhere.
Alrighty. End of your turn. It is going to stab out for Avros and kind of leap over you. With should hit with a 16, 19 to hit you. It's going to hit you for 6 piercing damage, and within 10 feet of the target, I can put it there, and then that'll
Uh,
go to Malchin.
is that 6 before or after resistance? Sorry, or what kind of damage is
Oh
it?
yeah, my bad. It was 6 piercing, so you'll take 3.
Okay, gotcha. Yep, thanks.
I should be able to get there.
Oh, yeah, yeah. There's no.
Like that. Just trying to keep up with this very nimble undead. And it's a d6 for Bardic Inspiration, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So the first d6 will be the Bardic Inspiration. Wait, did I just put it one? Okay, I forgot about it. Yeah, okay, yeah, I forgot to put in 2d6s, but alright, sure.
What was the second one for? Damage wise? You do a D6 and a D8, right?
Yeah, so that's
You've
just
got
for
a hit there. Just roll a
yeah,
D6 for damage, and your D8 is at 1. So you're doing 4 plus this D6.
for
Total of
another.
10.
Yeah. Oh, and with that, I am going to put on my hunter's mark as well for another. Let's go check
No
D6.
reason to do that afterwards. You can roll another D6.
Yeah, I forget. It's because it's supposed to be when I actually hit someone. It's supposed to do it. Let's see. And it's a D4, right?
Hunter's Mark should be before you hit somebody. Does something
Oh no,
when you hit somebody.
sorry, it's the favored foe. I forget. It's the when you get, uh,
Okay. Yeah.
and that's the one when you hit a creature with an attack roll for an extra 2 damage.
Let's see. Who's it going to stab?
Ah, sorry, I'm just gonna do my bonus attack as well.
Go for it.
Why have I got so many crits lately? I'm afraid.
You're doing it right. So another 9, another 12. Is favored foe something that always takes effect, or is it just the first?
It's just the first attack. You do.
Gotcha. So 12 more.
Yeah.
And at the end of your turn, it is going to strike out again at Jinx. And big ol' miss as, what is that, a 9, 10, 11 to hit you, Jinx?
Yeah, that's a miss.
This time I rolled good damage. Rolled a 2. But that's, if you're looking at that, Justin, Jinx, that's precisely why I think proficiency dice are more fun, is because I rolled a 6 on the proficiency dice, a jack shit on my d20, and there's still a vague chance of getting a hit because it shows like the oscillation of your proficiency kind of coming into effect. That's why I think it's just more entertaining to roll more dice, though. But yeah, end of its turn. Or no, that was the end of Malchin's turn. It will go to its turn. Um, and gonna do 2. Gonna go for Jinx and Malchin. Um, yeah, so I think at this point it's just gonna kind of stab towards one of you and then like spinning around, stabbing towards the other one. So we're gonna go for Jinx first here. What is that? A 10, 13 to hit.
Oh, that's a miss. 14 armor.
And then we're gonna go for Malchin. That's a 22 to hit for 12 piercing. So as it like swings out for Jinx, like a little bit of like pulling its attack towards Malchin already, is enough that it misses Jinx. And as it like rotates the staff around, bringing the point towards Malchin, like slides it right into his flesh, like while it's like feigning this attack almost towards Jinx. Um, but that is 12 piercing to you, sir, and it's going to go to Davros. And at this point, yeah, it's still bloodied because of mortally wounded, is just once it's inside the 10. But you guys are tearing this
Yeah.
thing apart. Continue.
Yeah. Malshan is mortally wounded.
Yeah, so Davros is going to come rushing. He's going to drop the lantern as he comes rushing back towards this thing. There we go.
I
Uh,
thought it auto locked onto the characters. I like that though. Like, all right, I'll take a raging skeleton. Thank you very much. I didn't know you could share rage.
so now he's swinging two-handed at this thing with his staff, um, as he sees it just laying into the others. Uh, and that's a nat 20 on for Davros. Uh,
There's pretty much no way this thing's gonna survive through a nat 20, except for that
so
you rolled shit damage.
so that would
So what is that?
be
11 and 3 strength, so 14,
plus 2 from raging, so 16.
16. Wait a second,
Uh,
this is weird though. Yeah, okay, 16, and then it's gonna double for 32. Yeah, no, it's gonna die. Plus it's
I
1
mean,
for the fire.
well, the fire won't. Well, no. So the first 4 was the proficiency die, which ends up being kind of irrelevant
Oh
because of
no,
the
but
nat
that's
20.
what I mean. You are hitting for 3 damage is what you rolled. 3 damage from your strength. 6 or 8 more for the crit, so that's 14. Plus 2 more for your rage, 16. This thing is vulnerable to bludgeoning, so that's 32. Plus 1 fire is 33.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Oh wait, this one's vulnerable to radiant. This is a unique skeleton. My bad. Psych. It's not vulnerable to bludgeoning. And that's still a shitload of damage. So it's still 17 damage. 75 plus 17 might still be inside. I think it's going to leave it mortally wounded. And 92, so it's inside of mortally wounded.
But yeah, Davros is swinging with all his might, but that is about all he can do as he sees Jinx and Malchin looking in that great shape. But
Took it that long to calculate. Nope, that's going to kill it. I rolled below average. So yeah, I think that is perfect to die on a crit, effectively while you're like leaping over and smashing into this creature, just like decimating its skull. It's just going to kind of collapse as the body basically loses what's manifesting it together as the skull just cracks apart, and the corpse kind of falls to the ground. This is one of the wetter skeletons you've probably ever come across. But it also just came from like a small underground ocean as well.
yeah, so as Davros kind of like smashes it and it kind of falls, and then he probably like goes and just like maybe steps on the skull with his foot just for good measure, and look into to Jinx and Malchin. Breathing heavily, but he looks aside, he's got a couple of scratches, but you two, all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I was able to recycle most of the vomit blood. You're not looking so good, Malchin.
Yeah, Malcolm will administer some first aid with a cure wound on himself. Let's see. For my max 10 extra hit points. Yay.
Malchin, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but it looked like you have some difficulties with the stabbing attacks. The best thing to do is just move your hips. Okay, I saw you looked a little stiff there.
Yeah, maybe, but I was focused on stabbing it back.
I don't know what the hell got that thing all riled up, but came out of there pretty quick.
Makes you wonder how many more there are in there. And Davros kind of looking towards the water is like, wouldn't suggest going for a swim anytime soon.
Most certainly not. I'm gonna go up and like kneel down in front of the like zombie night creature and kind of like inspect it.
Gotcha. What are you thinking as you're inspecting it? Like, you're just trying to see something? Are you like poking around in its like armor, like looking for something? What are you thinking?
I'm not gonna lick it if that's what you mean. No, I'm just
I
gonna
was
kind of like
vaguely worried.
I'm just gonna like look it over to see like does it look like it's like a fresh type thing? Is it wearing like human-esque armor or does it look like a peasant?
Gotcha. You could do a perception check, or you could do a history.
Okay, I'll just go with perception. So 16 total.
Yeah, I think you can see enough kind of like looking over this thing, that it is definitely an ancient warrior, who's probably been underground for quite some time. This doesn't preclude it from potentially being from many different races, many different wars. Uh, Being a local of Tolis, you're not unaware that there have been many civilizations that have lived under and fought for the earth in this area, underneath Tolis, and specifically like under the actual like the spire. So kind of fits into all of those. Looking over the creature, you can also see that it has like a coin purse still kind of like attached to its belt. And if you would like, you can roll a D100 for me.
54.
And I think we're gonna go for. Oh, why is this the wrong chart? Um, oh, it's here somewhere. Um, Let me have you roll 3d6.
553.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit different. This is 13. Um, it's a metal you've probably not seen in ages. Most people are not used to seeing this. It's part of what belies that this is kind of an ancient creature. It is a blend of silver and gold. This is electron. Electron? And shit, is that the wrong name for it?
Electrum.
Electrum. There we go. Yeah, this is Electrum. And you can kind of see different areas where it's a little bit more pure gold and different areas where it's a little bit more pure silver. But this is basically like 13 coins, and you can see each one is minted in like a similar fashion, but they're all like so well used and it's so soft that it's hard to kind of see any details. But yeah, 13 Electrum pieces. These are the annoying things between gold and silver because they're quite literally half gold and half silver.
Would you look at that, gentlemen? It's not all bad. This thing is ancient, though. Doesn't seem like. It just seems strange all of a sudden for it to be coming around if it's hundreds of years old.
Perhaps it's simply been lying in wait, waiting for someone to wander by. We just happen to be the unlucky ones to oblige. And kind of as he's saying this, Davros is taking a look at the armor this thing is wearing. I assume it's pretty well ruined given how long it's probably been in the water, but he's more curious about if it is old. He's kind of looking to try to determine like the kind of the style. Um, like, is it whether it's kind of something he's somewhat familiar with, whether it's like very like kind of strange and different, more out of curiosity than thinking it might be worth something. Just kind of like his Smith's, you know, kind of background is this thinking, kind of curious about like what this kind of armor looks like, even if it is mostly ruined.
You can do a perception with advantage just to look it over, with your Smith's understanding. Or if you actually remove it, I'll give you your perception and a +10, instead of advantage.
Yeah, I think he would go to he'd want to kind of feel it in his hands and yeah, so he'd be touching it and trying to essentially remove it.
Gotcha. So let's see just what that D20 is. So yeah, 15. I would say you can certainly gather this is pre the Tarsinian Empire. This is before Lothian kind of like civilized the natural world. You can see shit. I don't know enough about ringmail, but I do know that there was kind of a point in when ringmail was made where they kind of like um started to actually rivet the closures instead of just like twisting the rings. They would like use rivets to like close them a little bit more permanently. And this is kind of like almost a recognition of that as like nobody would make chainmail now that is unriveted unless they were specifically trying to copy this style. But yeah, the value of this chain shirt probably pretty minimal as far as like an armorer would go. But there's potential value in this from a collector in like almost your exact situation if you were simply valuing it yourself because it's interesting kind of thing. But that's kind of where this sits is like it's cool because this thing is armored in equipment from you're talking like 1500 years ago kind of thing. Almost like prehistory when you think about pretty much history is normally told in the current empire.
Yeah, I think that would be enough for Davros to, given he is a smith, is it's even if it's yeah, more of a curiosity piece, but kind of something he'd be wanting to take.
Yeah. So you would take that? Do you think you would sell it to like one of the guilds, or do you think you're going to like save that for yourself?
I think he's gonna save it. Maybe like down the road, he would almost I don't know. Maybe there are people who are almost like kind of would want almost like He almost thinking like he could like create a replica down the line, like if he could, like something
Gotcha.
like. But for now, he would keep it. Yeah.
Trying to look for the actual name of it. I want to put this in the time period of old Dragon King. I want to say it's called Father Dragon. And it was essentially kind of the first like world dominating power. And this world was when like all of the mortals were effectively like enslaved. Um I'm just not finding it in particular, but I think Father Dragon is the right name to say that this is effectively the equipment from that age. And that again would be part of why it's a little more interesting. This is kind of a unique world where like dragons are just a part of society a lot like anybody else. Like, you can have evil orcs, you can have good orcs. There's dragons that exist inside of Tolis, and people know about them. There's a noble family that is rumored to be all dragons. But like, this is from the war against Father. I can't remember what it just said. Father Dragon. Um, but yeah, I think that's kind of like where you can kind of vaguely place this. Very much prehistory, like the founding of Tolis, long before it was named Tolis, when it was just a small little um, port on the ocean.
Yeah, yeah, that's very cool. Definitely something that Davros be interested in. But he's looking to Jinx and Malchin, and did we keep going a bit? Maybe not travel quite just along the river, the water's edge.
The whole time Davros was like taking that armor, Jinx was like making jokes about him like stripping down the skeleton and asking like what's your girl's name and all kinds of stuff. Just busting your chops the whole time.
Yeah, Davros is just kind of just like grunting acknowledgement, but not really like reacting too much.
That's what I expect. Like, oh, you're not gonna buy a dinner first? All right, Malchin, are you good? Do you need a little more healing, or?
No, I'm almost perfectly fine, so good.
And Davros, you're good too?
Yeah, Davros is good.
Okay, well, I'm back to good shape too, so yeah, I'm good to keep going on a little bit if you guys want.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so Davros would recover his lantern, and um, I guess we'll continue along the southeastern way, right?
Gotcha. So the actual path, like about where like Malchin and Davros are right now, is like 10 or so feet away from kind of the edge of this water structure. You can kind of see in the like western side of this cavern, like a point where you can no longer really spot. Um, I guess I could probably reveal more. The bullseye lantern, and I feel like that's 60 feet, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Um, So yeah, I think once you round that corner a little bit more, instead of just saying that you can kind of see a point where you get like fully to the end of the corner, there's kind of a point where you round far enough that you just kind of like see out into the water, and you can kind of see that it does kind of go out and around this area. And just in general, you can kind of spot the sea kind of like opens up in many ways. This direction kind of continues on in this like little path where you guys are already following. I revealed part of that, like what is effectively like a pillar of stone that continues like up into the ceiling. But those are all like meant to be like the connection of like a stalactite, stalagmite slash it could have just been a permanent pillar that was never kind of opened up. At this point, you guys don't quite know. But effectively, those are like stone pillars that seem to be natural-ish parts of this place. And you can see that you can continue on to the east in that direction. The ocean or this water seems to be either like at a high tide or is tideless. And I'd say at least until this point, you kind of just see off into the darkness. When you start to round that corner, you're going to see that it kind of like opens up into another cavern to your left, continues on kind of straight ahead. But you guys will also start to see Um, I think I actually just blocked this off, like the ocean just kind of goes on forever. So maybe I'll stick with that idea, because otherwise I probably would have put stone walls in. Um, but I don't know if it matters to say that this is like the end of a cavern versus this is like effectively an ocean here. I think that's one of those things. If you guys ever want to bring a boat down here, we can figure out whether that is an ocean to the south. I think that's more interesting than saying that there's an active wall there. But that is the end of where I drew the map, as far as I'm concerned. So you can round that corner, or you can go straight, or you could dive into the water.
Yeah, well, Davros is uh, probably not likely to dive into the water, but he will kind of continue, I guess, kind of following pretty much the shore. Unless there's, I guess, I don't know if there's anything up to the north that actually like specific is their
So when you
interest.
wander far enough around, you'll basically see that that little cavern to the north is just that. It's a pretty. Oh, I'm adding fog backward. Ooh, how about if I go? You can basically see that this little cavern is effectively an isolated spot to the north of you. Um, and let's see, Malchin, you've got a passive perception of 16. Roll a D100 for me, Malchin.
12.
When you kind of like pass by that little cavern, you can see that there seems to be like a corpse in like the upper like back corner, and you can see like the side of like a chest that seems like to be pushed up against that wall. So once you get close enough to it, you definitely have an idea. Like you could continue on, but there's at least something interesting back there in that little cavern that's worth going to.
Yeah, I'm gonna point it out to that. I see, like, there's a corpse and I think that's a chest up there.
You definitely have a solid idea that this person probably died trying to open the chest. They're like laid out in front of it, like slumped over on top of it, kind of thing. Very clearly like messing with the lock.
I mean, it can't hurt to have a look. You first.
Uh, Giving a pointed look to the corpse. I think there's a really big risk of actually getting hurt from the look of that. But yeah,
Uh,
I mean, if we're careful.
Here's the thing, Malchin. You've often underestimated yourself. And while I've spent not a lot of time with you, I've seen that you can definitely perform under pressure. And I'm going to do Bardic Inspiration on you. And I'm going to say, you got this. Just be careful.
All right. Uh, Go and check the chest for traps and see if I can open it.
Let me have you roll an investigation.
Investigation. That's okay.
I'm like, Jinx like takes 2 steps back towards the water, then looks behind him, then like looks forward. Nowhere's like safe down here.
Yeah, that's 21.
Yeah, looking it over, there is a trap in the actual tumblers. And you kind of like take a few moments to recognize that this is a 3 barrel lock, but there is a 4th barrel tumbler. It is like in between the first and the third tumblers. And activating this midway one as if it were a part of the lock would trip off whatever probably killed this person. But theoretically, you can unlock this case without any problem. If you would like to try, I'm going to have you roll 4d6. If you roll a 1 on any of those, you can re roll a 1 for your proficiency. And if you roll a 1 again, you would trip the lock. But that's kind of how unlocking this one's going to go. You're going to roll 4d6, and a 1 is going to trip the lock. And you've got 1 reroll from your proficiency in Thieves' Tools.
But I am not proficient in thieves tools.
All right, so yeah, it's 4d6, and if you roll a 1, it makes it a whole lot harder.
Yeah, let's see if I can do it.
4d6, I think that's when I was saying it was a d20. I think it's 5. Maybe I should say it's 3d6. That's a DC 15, that other style. Did you already roll it?
Yeah.
Did you roll a 1?
Nope.
Excellent. So yeah, you unlock it, no problem. Roll a d100 for me.
60.
60. Excellent. Um, get a d6 from 2d6 from Davros and a d6 Jinx. Well, Justin, Jinx. Roll a d100, Jinx, and then Davros. Roll a d6 for me, Davros. If you roll a 6, it's diamonds. If you roll anything else, it's just going to be gemstones. 98, Jinx. That at least makes up for it. God, that's probably a fucking broom of flying or something stupid.
Nope, another 2, so not diamonds.
Gotcha. So just say, I think shit. I think your original roll was 4 50 gold piece gems that are inside of there. And then the other thing was the 98 from Jinx.
I'll kick the body and call him a peasant because he died to the trap. Peasant.
Oh shit. Magic table A kind of sucks ass. It is a greater potion of healing. Oh, you've got those 4 gemstones inside of it and a large red potion. That's just kind of like this bright, almost like ruby, very red. And you kick the skeleton.
Oh yeah, for sure, because he died to the trap.
Don't kick him, Jinx. Search him.
Does somebody want to search the body? Does Davros want to do the search?
Yeah, I guess after like Jinx kicks him, Davros kind of he was like Davros was kind of paying most of the attention to the chest, but kind of after Jinx like kicks the body, he's like, oh, there's might as well search it as well. So yeah, Davros will go ahead and start rifling through the body.
Gotcha. Yeah, let me get a investigation from you.
That would be a 7.
7. You can find like a couple of coins from him for like 2 of each of the like standards: gold, 2 silver, 2 copper.
No, not nothing.
Probably some interesting things, like maybe some like knives on him if you wanted like anything like daggers, but nothing that's nice or anything. This would probably appear to be, like somebody who was exploring, basically alone, kind of thievish type of person, and this was the perfect kind of trap to get them. Was finding a chest, being alone, something probably happened, and they died alone.
Jinx will offer Davros a cigarette, and he's like got the biggest shit eating grin on his face right now.
Davros will well, Suppose I'll try it.
Of course. You want one, Nelson?
No, thank you for offering.
It doesn't really make sense for me to have a healing potion on me because I have healing spells, so might make sense if Davros took it so he has some way to like heal in case one of us went down or something, or both of us went down.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Giving Darius the potion.
Sound good to you, Davros? You have the greater healing potion.
Sorry, pressing the wrong push talk button. Yeah, I can hold on to that.
Oh, that kind of covers like the extent of what's inside of that room there. Yeah. And yeah, you guys could kind of go back to the idea of you were clearing down into that eastern portion. And you can basically go back around a little bit further than you were already exploring, and you will see that it turns back into kind of a finished hall, um, resembling the similar structure you were in previously. And you can basically see that it kind of like, oh, I didn't realize it shows you in real time. That it kind of like extends off, kind of northwesterly there.
I know I haven't been in this deep before, but have you gentlemen been down this area, or is this the first time?
First time for me.
Yeah, same here.
Do we have any sort of relation to how this portion of the ocean or whatever to the area we had went to the previous time?
What are you asking there? With
When
the
we came down like the one time and there was like that big body of water, do we have an idea if this is like the same body of water or is one clearly like stagnant and the other is like wavy?
when was that? What are you?
Oh, do you mean the one when we were in the sewers hunting for rattails?
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yep, it was in the sewers.
Yeah. So that was like a small little lake you could see across that. This is one of those things where, again, like when you look out into that lake, you are shining your light as far as it goes, and you're seeing water.
Okay, so
Uh,
this is like an underground ocean kind of like thing.
yeah. At this point, as far as you can tell, if this is an ocean, it's at high tide. If this is a lake, it's just simply massive. But from what your perspective is as of right now, is effectively that this is just a massive body of water, and it is potentially connected to the actual ocean. That is, I think it's called the Sea of like the White, because it's like the ice. This is like the northern ocean of Primal.
So I wonder if we're just gonna pop back up in somebody else's basement.
When you all continue to explore down this hall, though, as you progress further and further, you'll eventually see that it does turn, again, kind of leftward, and you're going to see that there are stairs downward. This basically will progress down. And at this point, let me have you guys roll a d8 each, and see if there's anything kind of adverse happening around this. Searching for ones. I'm gonna say at this point, this is probably a solid spot for us to end. Um, and we'll basically see. You guys have basically one of those connections that is, um, this is just basically a to be determined what this links to. Um, I feel like if we keep this group of three adventuring together, we could basically continue from this point. Like into like next week if we pick up like on Sunday. Um but it just kind of depends. Like this is one of those things where so much of the underground here is always going to be mazes that link to different places at different times. And it's really just a question of like how convoluted do we want to attach like one map to another and eventually to another kind of thing versus do we want them to just be kind of individualistic, kind of like micro dungeons. um but yeah, this place I think gives you guys that idea that you've got at least like waterway to explore here, this potential place downward, and then you've got the other route that you've already ignored to the north, which I think Davros, if not Malchin, definitely recognizes is much more of the space that you guys actually had revealed on the um, when you looked at the guild map. I think actually, let me get an intelligence from you here, Malchin.
Yeah, that is a 2.
Solid. Go ahead and say nothing's really happening here. But I'm pretty sure when you guys eventually, if you go back to the library, I think this is the portion that would be unmapped. You guys could actually potentially map it to, it's 10 gold, but it's one of those things like if you guys draw like the most rudimentary map, I'll let you sell it to the guild for 10 gold kind of thing. Necessarily notice that until the next time you go back to the guild and like look this map up again.